establish the order of protocol properly. I invite us to please get seated. This forum has been called to order and we're going to start right away. I invite those who are seated behind to please occupy. Ensure that there are no vacant seats in front of you, except for the front row. What's happening? Is it better now? Okay. We haven't activated the AI yet here. Please ensure that there are no vacant seats in front of you except for the front row. Please move forward. It's good for the camera. I know that more people will join us. Let those who come late stay at the back, except for the VIPs. Please. Thank you. Let's do that quickly. Let's do that quickly and get seated, please. Yeah. Hello, please. So we are ready. May we rise for the national anthem, please?
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. No tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, tall and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be our symbol, that truth and justice reign. In peace, all power to honor, and this we come as gain. To hand unto our children, our banner we all sing. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for a very important event. My name is Ibieton, Omonu Ibieton. I'm a staff of the Nigerian Communications Commission. We have a lot of important personalities here in our midst because of the nature of our gathering here today. Very few events will compare in significance and importance to what we're doing here today. You will all agree with me that ever since COVID-19 came and redefined our humanity and the spaces, the role of technology has never come to be so important in defining humanity as we have seen. AI being the most recent, we don't know what will come tomorrow. But we're here to leverage what AI, signifies in our journey to live a more qualitative life, both in the institutions and elsewhere. This is a national dialogue on consensus framework towards having policy and guidelines for Nigerian higher education in the age of artificial intelligence. In our midst here today, we have representative of the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Osun Tijani. The minister is represented here by Dr. Olubunmi Ajala. May we see her, and then please put your hands together for the representative of the minister. Thank you. We'll wait for the representative of the Honorable Minister of Education. But in the meantime, we will just take a roll call. We have in our midst the Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, which hosts the Nigerian National Center for IIOE, Professor Kabir Mala. We have in our midst Professor Femi Peter, the Vice Chancellor of National Open University of Nigeria. This was there. We have here in our midst Executive Deputy Director of the UNESCO Center, the International Center for Higher Educational Innovation, Mr. Liang Jiasheng. I arrived here at 7:15 and he came about 8 a.m. Please put your hands together again. His colleague is also here, the Chief of Global Partnership and Program Office at the same center, Mr. Ruka Jian. Please put your hands together for. Thank you so much. We also have in our midst the Chancellor, Embassy of China in Nigeria. As the director of the China Popular Center in Nigeria, Lee Zuda. Please welcome him properly. Yes, thank you. We have the Deputy Vice Chancellor Administration, Ahmadu Bello University, Professor Ahmed Duku Ibrahim. We have Professor Aderut Chukwu, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, representing the Vice Chancellor of Federal University, Lafayette. We have the Deputy Executive Secretary of the National Universities Commission, Dr. N.B. Saliu, who is representing the Executive Secretary. We have Dr. Marcos Avon, the acting provost of College of Health Technology, Anshin, Plateau State. We have Dr. H.F. Akande, the Technical Assistant to Executive Secretary, National Board for Technical Education, representing the Executive Secretary. We have Dr. Anthony Upene, representing the Vice Chancellor of University of Delta, Agbo. Thank you. Thank you. We have Eugene Ndubisi Nweke, the Deputy Vice Chancellor Academics from Ebonyi State University. Those are our names. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Prof. We have LM Farouk, who is Director of Research, Innovation and IT at National Universities Commission. Dr. Vincent Aya, the Deputy Rector, College of Agri Science and Technology, Lafayette. Thank you. Thank you. We have Professor Joseph Wango, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Pamo University of Medical Science, Port Harcourt. Thank you. Please put your hands together. We have Dr. Fumilayo Oremi Bisi, Acting Director, Distance and Online Education at NUC. Thank you. Did I pronounce that well? Morekishi. Yes. Thank you so much. That's very deep, but I will do an interpretation later. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We also have the acting university librarian from Zaria, Dr. Abdul Hamid Liman Gambo, is in our midst. Thank you. The director of IIOE, Nigerian National Center at ABU, Professor Muhammad Bashir Muazu. Please put your hands together for Professor Muazu, who's been around for so long and doing. We have the director of the CBN Center for Economic and Finance. I knew him long before I started having gray hair. Professor Awalu Haruna, please clap totally for him. He must have used his own grade to announce my arrival. I thank you so much, Prof, for all you do. Thank you. Please, let's clap for Professor Haruna. The Deputy Director of the IIOE Center is also here. Professor Emmanuel Adewale Adedoku. Please put your hands together. He's been around and doing so wonderfully well. We have Professor Abubakar Ahmed, also of IIOE Nigerian National Center. Director of Public Affairs is also here from ABU, Awadu Umar. Please put your hands together. We have Chief Ulawa also, who is of Ahmadu Bello University. Please permit me to also announce that Professor Isha Tanko, the Vice Chancellor of University of Jos, is in our midst. Please put your hands together for Prof. Thank you, Prof. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. And we have Dr. Zaradin Haruna of ABU, Smart Classroom project. Please put your hands together, as well as Engineer Bashir Sani of the Nigerian National Center. We have Professor Chinyere Okada, who is representing Wigwe University also here, please. Yeah, put your hands together. Yeah. I think we should clap once again for that university, please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have other VIPs here. My boss is here, the representative of the Director of Public Affairs, who is the head of corporate communications in NCC, Mrs. Nena Okoha. Please put your hands together for her. My colleague also in the department and assistant director, Yakubu Musa, is also here. I will have quite a number of my colleagues here, principal managers, senior managers, officers, including our interns who have been very supportive. Gentlemen of the press, we appreciate you very sincerely. We have online Mr. Abdullahi Salifu, who is Chief Education Sector Specialist in Higher Education and ICT at UNESCO. He's online. Please put your hands together. You are aware that this program is hybrid, and so there are also people online. When it's time for them to make their presentation, we will call on them. We have Professor Junad Dambono, who is also from Morocco is online. Please to us together for him. We started this program an hour after we ought to have commenced. I apologize. I understand that while we expect more people to join us, two other events are holding of significance, and so we don't take up our time because we needed to tidy up and link with those people. Gentlemen and ladies, we will try to move with speed and precision because we are already starting behind time. So I'm not going to do much of contextual, introduction concerning why we're here. However, permit me to say that the Nigerian national chapter of the International Institute of Online Education, IIOE, operating under the auspices of UNESCO's International Center for Higher Education Innovation, has put this program together in collaboration with many stakeholders and active participants, including, of course, the Nigerian Communications Commission, my employer. The center, the rotating presidency of the center for this year is in ABU Zaria. And we want to thank once again Professor Kabir Bala and his colleagues in Zaria for all they are doing. You may wish to put your hands together once again. This forum is intended to empower policymakers and others on how we can have, in context, the significance of AI, but more importantly, how we can apply the lessons to higher education. I said when I started that COVID has redefined our humanity, and we can only advance further in deploying technology to live a more qualitative life. In terms of teaching, in terms of learning, in terms of research. As the Secretary General of African Public Relations Association, I'd like to inform us that what we are doing here, as I said earlier, is so significant because of its emphasis on not just jumping at technology, but seeing how we can leverage them qualitatively. And one of the objectives here is to see how we can have a safe, ethical, and innovative use of AI, which connects with the theme of what PR did just 2 days ago, during which we issued a statement on behalf of African Public Relations Association talking about responsible use of artificial intelligence, because it cut across, it's at the heart of what we do today. And so we are gathered here also having as an objective something that connects with public relations and communication management. Just 2 days ago, as I said, was World Public Relations Day, and we emphasize that. So we cannot emphasize the importance and significance of why we are gathered here enough. That's why I try to connect it quickly with another area of study. So as we are gathered here, we're leveraging the context of a 2023 UNESCO report to see how we can move as quickly as possible, but safely, ethically, and responsibly in what we do. Gentlemen and ladies, we'll be looking, in terms of thematic focus, we'll be looking at policy and guidelines here today. We'll be looking at how to apply AI in teaching and learning and research. We'll be looking at ethical implications, as I have said. We'll be looking at skills gap, and then building capacity for teachers, for learners, and of course, addressing cybersecurity issues that connect with applications of AI. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to stop there because we have fantastic resources here gathered to educate us better. Mine is just to do ice breaking. Because of time, I am going to stop there and I will invite the IIOE rotating president, 2024, the vice chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, Professor Kabir Bala, to please speak to us in a few minutes as a welcome remark. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge and adopt the established protocol and permit me to read the following remarks. Let me begin by welcoming all of you to this national dialogue organized under my rotating presidency of the International Institute of Online Education, which operates under the auspices of the UNESCO International Center for Higher Education Innovation, UNESCO in-chief. The theme of this dialogue, consensus framework towards policy guidelines, roadmap for Nigerian higher education in the age of artificial intelligence, has been conceived in recognition of the advancements that artificial intelligence is making in reshaping various facets of society, including the landscape of higher education. The impact of AI is expected to continue to manifest in the quality of teaching, learning, and research activities within our higher education ecosystem and the future workplace. This fact has become even more pertinent with the advent of such AI technologies like generative AI and its disruptive impact in higher education in the post-COVID world. According to the UNESCO 2023 report titled Harnessing the Era of Artificial Intelligence in Higher Education, a primer for higher education stakeholders, and I quote, in the immediate future, regardless of location or resource level, is the need for higher education institution leadership to be equipped to advance in the responsible implementation of AI, unquote. As such, it has become important that capacity is built within policy-making structures to better understand AI, its possibilities, limitations, risks, in order to create interdisciplinary and cross-sectoral platforms for discussion of AI issues and actively engage a wide range of stakeholders. This dialogue is therefore intended to provide a guide on the innovative use of AI in the common interests of humanity, empowering policy makers, educators, learners, and researchers to fully utilize the advantages of AI in teaching, learning, and research. The ensuing discussions should focus on development of consensus that will lead to formulation of policies and guidelines for responsible, ethical, and safe use of AI in higher education institutions, required connectivity and infrastructure to deploy AI tools and technologies in AGIs, training and development, interdisciplinary research, and AI and programs to engender equity and access, bridge the digital divide, and overcome marginalization as a result of AI deployed in higher education. In this one-day national dialogue, key stakeholders, including policymakers, educators, researchers, industry experts, enterprise partners, and students are expected to engage in comprehensive discussions on the above issues with respect to AI in higher education within the Nigerian context. The objectives for the national dialogue include: one, to examine the potential benefits of incorporating AI technologies in teaching, learning, and research to improve innovation, global competitiveness, and preparedness for the future workplace. To identify challenges related to responsible, ethical, and safe use of AI and cyber security concerns within the higher education landscape. Three, to facilitate collaboration among academia, industry, and government to ensure a holistic approach to the integration of AI in higher education, fostering innovation and knowledge exchange. 4, to discuss and formulate a consensus framework towards the development of policies and guidelines for the responsible, ethical, and safe use of AI in teaching, learning, research, and decision-making processes within the higher education sector. The expected outcomes of the national dialogue include: 1, development of recommendations for policymakers to support the integration of AI technology in the higher education. 2, formulation of guidelines for responsible, ethical, and safe use of AI in higher education. 3, identification of key opportunities, resources, and challenges in integrating AI into the Nigerian higher education sector. 4, creation of a network of stakeholders committed to ongoing collaboration in the realm of AI in higher education. Invited guests, when I assumed office as the rotating presidency unit of the IIOU for the year 2024, I made a commitment to pursue the development of at least 2 micro-certification courses for our teachers in Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, through the IIOE Nigeria National Center in collaboration with the UNESCO ICHI. I'm delighted to report that the domestication of B1 was done in April 2024 with the title Domestication and Production of Micro Courses, in which 40 participants comprising 12 females, 28 males completed the program. In addition, co-development of micro-certification courses A3 titled Design and Produce Presentation, and T1 titled Conduct, Collaborate, Instructional Research with Online and Offline Integration have been developed by the Nigeria National Center, and it was reviewed by the IIOE expert team in micro-certification course production. The review meeting took place on 28 June 2024, and these 2 courses are currently under review. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of the management, staff, and students of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria and the International Institute of Online Education for heeding the call to this important gathering. I also want to thank the dignitaries for being physically present despite their tight schedule. I'd also like to thank I would also like to express my profound gratitude to our team partners from UNESCO ICHE, led here by the Deputy Executive Director, Professor Jianshen Liang, and also appreciative of the various financial and technical support received from the Nigeria National Communication Commission, Nigeria Communication Commission, National International Technology Development Agency, OWANDO, Soft Alliance, Mid Networks, the African Centers of Excellence at Ahmadu Bello University, the National Open University of Nigeria, and the supervisory role and support of the Federal Ministry of Education through the National Universities Commission, as well as other development partners. I urge participants of this event to brainstorm, learn new ideas, and come up with practical solutions. I want to use this medium to recommend that the Federal Ministry of Education and all other relevant authorities effectively utilize the outcome of this dialogue in shaping future policy on how best to moderate the inevitable application of AI in the Nigerian higher education landscape. Thank you for your attention. God bless us all.
Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together for the VC of ABU, who, while presenting his paper, he's a very humble and very modest man. When he said on behalf of student staff and everybody in ABU, typically in those days when we walk around Nigeria, as activists, student leaders, the people who attended ABU usually make us feel as if we didn't attend the good schools. So I tell them my father and my mother were in Zaria as students, and my first brother, who is a professor himself, and he did junior. So That which I expect Professor Kabir Bala to add after mentioning students and SAR is to see the largest university in Africa south of the Sahara, which she did not have. So I'd like to add that, please, because you know I'm connected to Zaria. Thank you so much, Prof. It's my privilege to invite Professor Jack Young to now speak. Please put your hands together for Prof.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great pleasure and a privilege to me to address this esteemed opening remarks at the National Dialogue on Consensus Framework towards the policy guideline roadmap map for Nigerian higher education in the age of artificial intelligence. On behalf of UNESCO IHE, I want to express my deepest gratitude to the Office of the 2024 II rotating proceedings, the IIOE Nigeria National Center, and Ahmadu Bello University for their dedicated efforts in co-organizing this significant event. I also express my gratitude to the Federal Ministry of Education and the Federal Ministry of Communication, Innovation and Digital Economy for their valuable supervision and support. I further want to express my appreciation to all the important participants and work groups from ILE partner higher education institutions, ministry, enterprises, and international organizations to actively join the discussion and share their insights, experience, and plans. The rapid expansion of AI application in education, especially with the advent of generative AI, has profoundly transformed teaching, learning, research, and governance in higher education. This transformation presents both opportunities and challenges for the leadership of higher education institutions. There is an urgent need for consensus frameworks that guide educators and policymakers in the responsible implementation of AI. This underscores the necessity and timelessly of today's dialogue, which aims to comprehensively explore the potential benefits and threats of AI technology in higher education. By fostering a collaboration between academia, industry, and government, we seek to develop a unified framework to fully harness AI potential in higher education sector. Ahmadu Bello University, as one of our long-standing partner higher education institutions and a founding member of IIOE, has been a pioneer in driving education innovation in Nigeria. In 2022, we jointly established IIOE Nigeria National Center to leverage the IIOE resources to support more higher education institutions and higher education teachers in Nigeria. This collaboration has significantly advanced initiatives related to teacher professional development and the integration of AI in enhancing governance within higher education. This year, ABU assumed 2024 IIOE rotating proceedings unit, leading the development of IIOE Global Higher Education Network and pioneering IIOE key programs and activities to empower Nigeria higher education. In December 2023, UNESCO IHE officially released the white paper on higher education in the era of artificial intelligence during the International Institute of Online Education Global Partner Summit, transforming higher education in the age of AI. With the IIOE rotating proceedings, UNESCO IHE launched many initiatives involving AI this year. We have organized a series of regional high-level policy dialogues to further facilitate the integration of AI in higher education. Together with IIO National Center and regional partners, today's events mark the third in this series, succeeding the Central Asia High-Level Regional Policy Dialogue held in Tashkent last month. Additionally, we have closely collaborated with all partner institutions on the IIoE micro-certification project and generative AI 1+ literacy program to significantly elevate the digital capacity of higher education faculty, addressing the pressing need for upscaling and reskilling in the era of AI. In closing, I extend our heartfelt thanks to Ahmadu Bello University and the IIE Nigerian National Center for their unwavering dedication and remarkable efforts. I also extend my invitation to all HEI and higher education stakeholders in Nigeria to join the IIE micro-certification programs to enhance higher education, teachers' digital capacity, and collectively empower education and learners in the dynamic area of AI. I wish you all the fruitful meeting. May the conference be resounding success and bring valuable insight to everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Liang. That was wonderful. We will just take two more for the opening, and then we move quickly to have presentations. While we were taking the speech from the Vice Chancellor of ABU, we had people also join us. We have Professor S.Z. Abubakar, who is the president of Koren. He's now Miss. Please put your hands together for. We also have Mr. Kenneth Igwe, who is talent development manager at Huawei Technologies. He also joined us not so long ago. Please put your hands together for him. And not too long ago, we received here Mr. Shegun Oyeniyi, who is the head of IT, representing Mr. Idris Musa, who is the general manager assets and integrity at Owando. Thank you so much for coming to join us. And so, may I invite at this moment the representative of Chinese ambassador to Nigeria, His Excellency Gu Zhizhong, the director of Cultural Center of Republic of China. Please put your hands together. Please come up to make a speech. Just 1 or 2 minutes, please. Please come up. Yes, thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Yes.
Thank you so much. Hello, everybody. To save time, please allow me to start on the already established protocols. It is my great pleasure to come here, attend today's national dialogue. I want to extend my best wish to everyone here. Furthermore, let me take this opportunity to highly commend UNESCO, International Institute of Online Education, IIOE, Nigerian National Center, and the International Center for Higher Education Innovation, Federal Ministry of Education, and the National University Commission, and other related organizations and stakeholders for their great efforts, valuable initiative, and important contributions. As we all know, artificial intelligence is one of the most impressive technology advancement of our times. The latest development of generative artificial intelligence has been applied across thousands of industries and sectors. It's really reshaping various facets of society, including landscape of higher education. In this situation, we need to better understand the AI, its possibility, potential benefit, limitation, challenges, and risks, so that we can promote our innovation and knowledge exchange, strengthen the of our global competitive needs, improve the quality of teaching, learning, research in the field of our higher education. In my eyes, we must pay attention to AI's challenges and risks within the landscape of the higher education, identify them one by one. Firstly, then we must go out to find our ways to deal with the various challenges and the risks it brings. To do this job well, the most important thing for us is to cultivate a large number of qualified talents in terms of talent training and capacity building. I assure you, China is ready to work with our African friends and make a greater contribution. 2024 marks the 53rd anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic ties between China and Nigeria. And our country, established our bilateral relations in 1971. For the past decade, political mutual trust between China and Nigeria has been greatly enhanced. Traditional friendship have been promoted. Progress in our win-win cooperation has been made. Commercial, cultural, educational exchange, especially I think in the AI area, the exchange has been further promoted. We are very delighted to see that we have made a tremendous achievement in our field, which greatly benefit our two countries' people. Last year, we just concluded the celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative. We all know China's BRI is the Belt and Road Initiative, which focuses on policy dialogue, connectivity of infrastructure, unimpeded trade, financial integration, and close people-to-people ties. It is the Belt and the initiative that connects China and Africa for development and progress. In the process of jointly achieve the above five goals, but also build a community of shared responsibility. For lots of years, we have been advocating win-win cooperation between China and Africa. It is what we say, and it is what we do. We keep our promise and stay true to our aspiration. Our joint efforts have been benefited countless people of China and African countries. Looking back, we are proud of our achievements. Looking ahead, we are full of confidence. So let's join our hands together. Let's work together to move harness the era of artificial intelligence in higher education and build a community of a shared future in China-African cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please put your hands together once again for the representative of Chinese ambassador. It's time to listen to the representative of Honorable Minister for Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Ajala. Please put your hands together for him. Trying to see that. Thank you. I'm standing here on behalf of the Honorable Minister, Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Dr. Bosun Tijani. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this event, this national dialogue, aimed at facilitating an open and constructive dialogue among stakeholders, identifying key issues and opportunities relating to artificial intelligence in Nigeria higher education, and most importantly, working collaboratively to develop a consensus framework to outline policy and guidelines recommendation for our higher education institutions to harness the potential of artificial intelligence, at the same time addressing the ethical, social, and economic consideration of the technology. As the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, I'm happy to see a diverse gathering of minds from academia, government, industry, and society, civil society committed to shaping the future of higher education in Nigeria. This co-creation approach is similar to our National AI Strategy workshop and other policies that the ministry is working on. This design method is commendable. The rapid advancement in artificial intelligence, particularly generative AI, makes it a pivotal moment in our national educational journey. AI is not just changing the telecommunication space or the fundamentals of doing business. It is reshaping how we teach, how we learn, and how we conduct research. Without underplaying the concern of the likely effects of AI on academic integrity or academic misconduct, or the ethical use of AI in higher education, in higher institutions, the massive opportunities this technology brings to overcome some of the traditional constraints, such as facilities. You talk about classes and labs. You talk about faculties, professors and researchers. You talk about curriculum, content and materials, of course, even educational costs, expenses, among others. To the ability that with this technology, we can actually develop a personalized learning within the small times. It's taking me standing here, and at this point, a minute, with this technology, we can actually develop a robot, a chatbot that can serve a purpose of teaching an entire module. You want to be a physicist or an engineer in one field, it might take us less than 2-3 minutes to build a chatbot here as I'm standing. These are kind of the things we look at as we're looking at the concerns, but the transformative capacity of this technology also. It's a country, Nigeria, with its vibrant youth population, about 60% of which are below 30, and innovative spirit of this youth. Nigeria is uniquely positioned to harness the power of AI to transform our higher education landscape and drive sustainable development. Under the administration of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy is committed to creating an enabling environment for innovations to thrive in our educational institutions. This is evident in the pivotal role we give Nigerian researchers, home and in the diaspora, in our national AI strategy. And I can see about 4 people or representatives that were in the national AI strategy. The typical topical pivot roles we give 8 Nigerian researchers and professors in designing Nigerian AI strategy. Secondly, you could also see that in the attention we're giving the educational sector under the research and skill development, there is a thematic area specifically under our national AI strategy just for research and skill development. We recognize that adapting and innovating is essential to preparing students, lecturers, and researchers to the challenges and opportunities of the AI. We equally recognized the challenges to actualizing the benefits of AI in Nigerian higher education and the role of governments in facilitating safe, secure, and ethical AI development and adoption in Nigerian higher institutions. Our projects and initiatives in the ministry attest to this. Some of these efforts are training 150,000 fellows in AI-related areas under 3MTT within the next 3 years. That has been going on. Out of the 3 million technical talents, 5% will be trained on AI-related, and that is going on. We are at the pilot stage now. We do the prototype. We're now at the pilot stage, where we have about 300,000 undergoing training under that scheme. Providing AI research grants to 45 scholars and startups. NIDA has provided funding, and currently we are providing research grants to 45 researchers all across Nigeria. Some of them are Nigerian professors. A sabbatical scheme that will enable Nigerian lecturers and researchers to spend 6 to 9 months at NCA. That's National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, conducting joint research of national interest. That will also be under NIT. Providing internet connectivity to all higher institution student accommodations, and this is to be undertaken by GBB and NICOMSAT. Facilitating the provision of AI computing resources to students, researchers, and startups through a public-private partnership initiative. This is to be under the National Center for Artificial Intelligence, in which we've had discussions with some universities, even in Abuja here. And developing our own multilingual LLM, amongst others. Not to even mention our involvement with the UNESCO risk assessment methodology for AI ethics. Our participation in today's dialogue also demonstrates our commitment to ensuring the safe, secure, and ethical development and adoption of AI in Nigeria higher education. So I want to express my gratitude to the International Institute of Online Education, Nigeria National Center, and the Global IOE Rotating Presidency, Unit 2024, hosted by Ahmadu Bello University, convening this forum. Your efforts in guiding the innovative use of AI in the common interest of our educational system are commendable and aligned with our national goals. To the participants, as we engage in this discourse today, I encourage all to participate actively, share ideas, and challenge conventional thinking. Through our collective efforts, we will build an educational system that is inclusive, innovative, and commendable, and aligned with our national goals. I'm of the view that the framework to be developed today will aid our higher education institution and empower policymakers, educators, learners, and researchers to use AI as a tool in teaching, learning, and research. This is not about adopting a new technology. It's about reimagining Nigerian education for the 21st century and beyond. Thank you all for being here. I look forward to the discussions and outcome of this gathering. Together, we will ensure that Nigerian higher education remains at the forefront of innovation and excellence in the age of AI. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. Please put your hands together once again for the opportunity to become a list. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to have a short break to just take some photographs. And so I invite the representative of the Honorable Minister, just when you drop your iPad, just come on here for photograph.
please, yeah. And the vice president, please, and the vice president, please switch there. Yes, please. No, yeah, just say it. I'm going to yes, just yes. When this is just please. Yes. Maybe where are the photographers? Okay. Okay. Yes, please come on. I'm sorry, please come. So we have, yes, thank you. Thank you.
It's better.
Yeah, it is. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you.
Where is it?
It's all.
That's okay. No, like this.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, yes, yes. Okay. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can you take it from? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. You may be seated.
Well organized.
Thank you so much. As you are aware, this event is a hybrid event, and so we have online participants. Is Mr. Abdullah Saleh ready? Please check if you're ready online.
Yes, I am ready. Yeah.
Please proceed with your presentation. But just before then, may I just inform us that Mr. Abdullah Salifu is a Chief Education Sector Specialist in Higher Education and ICT at UNESCO AU Liaison Office. So he is going to be talking to us about UNESCO's recommendation on ethics in artificial intelligence and UNESCO's guidance on generative AI in education and research. Thank you.
Hello. Hello, I'm trying to share my screen. Huh? Sorry. Can you see my screen? Hello. Moderator, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. 2 minutes for your presentation. We can see the screen. We can see.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I want to convey my warmest greetings to the VC of Ahmadu Bello University, as well as to the representative of the Ministry of communication, but also all our greetings to all the VC that are participating in this national dialogue. Of course, as you may know, we have a lot of stakeholders, so all protocol observed. Thank you all. I am Dr. Abdullah Salifu, the Chief of Education Sector at UNESCO Liaison Office to African Union, to United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, also Representative Office of UNESCO in Ethiopia. I want also to convey my warmest greetings to the Deputy Executive Director of UNESCO International Center for Higher Education Innovation and to the Chief of the Global Partnership. As you know, a few years ago, I was the Senior Advisor for Higher Education of UNESCO in Abuja, in charge of higher education and ICT. So I want to thank also the National Center of IIOE in Nigeria. My presentation, let me have the outline of my presentation. First of all, we have the context. We have the ethical and legal needs in AI, the ethical governance of AI. Particularly, I will focus the presentation on UNESCO recommendation on AI. The fourth point will be dedicated to the implementation tool of the recommendation of ethics of AI. And we will have share few ideas on UNESCO guidance on generative AI. In order to be comprehensive, I will also share few aspects, contribution of European Union regulation on AI, particularly the AI Act. And finally, I will conclude by giving some insight regarding intellectual property and ChatGPT. So, for UNESCO, our Director General, Mrs. Audrey Azoulay, I want to quote her. Let's say 6 years ago, she said that AI will profoundly transform education. Education tools, learning outcome, learning method, access to knowledge, and teachers training will experience a revolution. So today, as most of you said, it's clear that we cannot envisage the evolution of our society without considering the potential and the transformation of the use that human can develop from the development of AI. So the first part of my presentation is based on the few outcomes of AI need assessment that UNESCO conducted in 2021. This survey, only 32 countries responded. The first lesson that we can learn regarding the challenges is the legal challenge. 90 countries reported a need for skill consolidation to address the legal implication of AI. So that means for 32 countries, member states of UNESCO in Africa, the regulation of AI is very important. Second point, the countries also note a lack of legal framework to address these challenges and a significant lack of human resources to address the resulting legal implications. So we need to reinforce the capacity of our lawyers, of our parliament, of our professor of law so that they can update their skills related to the legal and the legal aspect of AI. Another lesson to be pointed out here, 75% of countries requested assistance with skill and 19 requested training for parliament and associate staff. Regarding the ethical aspects, that 26 country member states reported a skill gap to address the ethical implication of AI. As you may know, UNESCO with 193 member states adopted a recommendation on AI in 2021. The recommendation aims to realize the benefits that AI brings to society and reduce the risk that this technology rise up. It ensures that digital transformation promotes human rights and contribute to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal by addressing issues related to transparency, accountability, and privacy, among others. It includes action-oriented policy chapters on data governance, on education, culture, labor, healthcare, and economy. What are the main objectives of the recommendation? Because this presentation is to demystify the recommendation of UNESCO so that all the stakeholders that are participating will master this treaty, this international regulation tools. The first objective is to provide a universal framework of values, principles, and action to guide states in formulating their legislation and policy in accordance with international law. Second point, to guide the action of individuals and legal entities, such as companies, to ensure that ethics are taken into account at all stages of the life cycle of AI system, to promote equitable access to progress and knowledge in the fields of AI, as well as the sharing of the benefit that result from it, to protect, promote, and respect human rights and fundamental freedom of expression, human dignity, and equity, gender equality, to encourage and promote multi-order, multidisciplinary, and pluralistic dialogue and the search for consensus. This word is very important because the workshop is focused on the consensus framework policy on ethical use, an issue related to AI system. The recommendation also is the home for many values. The first one, the AI system must respect, protect, and promote human rights, fundamental freedom of expression. The AI system must recognize, encourage, and protect the importance of thriving environment and ecosystem. The AI system must help ensure diversity and inclusion. The AI systems must support life in peace, just, and interdependent society. I just capture here the principle set out by the recommendation, the principle of proportionality and safety, the principle of equity and non-discrimination, the principle of sustainability, a right to privacy and data protection, such as, for instance, the convention, the recommendation ban the massive surveillance. For instance, a lot of people are using camera now to watch. So the mass surveillance is banned, is prohibited. Transparency and explainability, human monitoring and decision-making. Responsibility and accountability, awareness and education on AI, multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance and collaboration. Now, the recommendation has strategic areas. The first one is the ethical impact assessment. all the member states of UNESCO should establish framework for impact assessment, such as ethical impact assessment, to identify and analyze the benefit and the risk of AI system and the issue they raise, as well as the risk prevention, mitigation, and so on. The second strategy area is data governance and management. Member states are encouraged to develop national and regional AI strategy, as the representative of the Ministry of Communication said. So this is compulsory. Each country needs to develop national or regional strategy and to consider flexible form of governance, such as a certification mechanism for AI system and the mutual recognition of their certification. Data policy. Member states should ensure that individuals keep right of their personal data so that they can correct the data if there is some mistake by protecting by a framework that includes, namely, transparency, appropriate safeguard for the processing of sensitive data. Another strategic area, very important, is the development of international cooperation. This is compulsory because with ICT, digital, AI, no borders again. So member states and transnational cooperation should give priority attention to the ethics of AI by addressing ethical issues related to AI in relevant international and intergovernmental and multi-stakeholder fora, such as which we are doing today. That's why all our congratulations to the VC of Ahmadu Bello University and all the VC who are participating in this event, including the representative of the Ministry of Communication. Environmental assessment of AI. As the moderator said, we are facing two main challenges. We have this, let's say, climate change challenge, but we have also AI and digital challenges. So when we are using AI and digital, it's very important to make the assessment of the AI tools, to know that the AI tools that we are using are low carbon technology. Those are to assess the direct and indirect environmental impact of the AI system throughout its life cycle, including its carbon footprint, energy consumption, and environmental impact. Of course, gender equality. Yes, today, it's clear that when we take 5 persons, only 1 person is gender, is a woman or ladies regarding the AI in the labor market. So we need to take into account the gender dimension when we are developing our AI strategy, our national or regional strategy. The culture. The recommendation invites member states to establish AI system in the area of culture, conservation, enrichment, understanding, promotion, management, and accessibility of tangible, documentary, and intangible cultural heritage, in particular, indigenous language and indigenous languages and knowledge. Member states are encouraged to examine and address the cultural impact of AI system, particularly those of natural language processing explanation. Education and research. Member states should work with international organizations, educational institutions, and private sector, including non-governmental bodies, to provide the general public in all countries at all levels with the knowledge needed to master AI in order to empower people and reduce digital divides and inequity in accessing to digital technology. Communication, I will not coming back. I just talked about education and information. Under the communication, member states should use AI to improve access to information and knowledge. This may include initiatives such as to support researchers, academia, journalists, the general public and developers to improve freedom of expression, academic and scientific freedom, and access to information, and to increase the proactive disclosure of official data and information. Member states should ensure that AI actors respect and promote freedom of expression and access to information in the context of automated content creation, moderation, and curation. Labor market, is clear that there is a link with AI and the labor market and economy. The recommendation call all member states to assess and address the impact of AI system on the labor market and its impacts on education needs in all countries, particularly in those with labor-intensive economy. Finally, member states should strive to use effective AI systems to improve human health. We are here in the field of education for health and well-being, and protect the right to life, including by mitigating epidemics while developing and maintaining international solidarity to address global health risks, and so on. Now, during his presentation, his speech, the representative of the Ministry of Communication of Nigeria said a few words on the methodology for assessing the state of readiness for the implementation of the recommendation. I just highlight the strategic areas. UNESCO identified that all the member states are at different stage of AI development. So that's why we provide targeted policy to support the member state when they request the support. Member states requested UNESCO to develop a readiness assessment methodology to help them identify their status at specific points in their readiness progress, in their preparation progress across a set of dimensions. This methodology and the complementary ethical impact assessment tool were officially launched in December 2022 at the first Global Forum on AI Ethics in Prague. The methodology includes 5 axes: legal, social, cultural, scientific, and educational, economic, and technical, infrastructural. Each axis is divided into subcategories containing qualitative and quantitative indicators and sub-indicators for a coherent assessment. All those documents, the recommendation as well as the readiness assessment, are free of charge online. They are available free of charge online. I can share the link. Now, a word on UNESCO guidance on generative AI. The UNESCO guidance on generative AI for education and research was launched in 2023 at the sideline of UNESCO flagship event that we call Digital Learning Week. The guidelines present an assessment of the potential risk that generative AI could pose to core humanist value that promote human agency, inclusion, equity, gender equality, linguistic and cultural diversities, as well as opinion and pluralist expression. The guidance highlights the need for educational institutions to validate generative AI system on the ethical and pedagogical relevance for education before using them. So this guidance invites the academia, the researchers, the universities, let's say, higher education institutions, to validate, to assess, okay, the generative AI system before using it. I will give few examples, concrete examples where there has been prohibited. Okay, first point, researchers, professors, teachers, and learners should be aware of the rights of data owners and check whether the generative AI tools they are using do not violate applicable regulation. So it's our responsibility as professor, as academia, yes, to see, to assess whether the generative AI we are using are not violating another intellectual property law or human rights law. Academia and learners should also be aware that pictures and or codes created with generative AI may violate someone else's intellectual property rights, and that images, sound, or codes they created and share on the internet can be exploited by other generative AI. So when we are using generative AI, we may do a conflicting approach. So it's our responsibility as the person who is using generative AI to check, to double check if the generative AI that we are using is not violating another right. Researchers, professors, teachers, learners should be aware that generative AI systems are capable of producing offensive and unethical materials. So here again, the guidance called our attention that we need every time that we are using this generative AI, we need to double check all our action. Finally, the academics and learners should never accept the information provided by generative AI easily and should always evaluate it critically. The academic community should be aware that generative AI can be used to modify or manipulate existing pictures or videos to generate fake ones or fake news which are difficult to distinguish from real one. I just want to say one word on the European approach to regulating AI. As you can see, UNESCO put its effort on the ethical aspect of AI, and we have a guidance on the generative AI. The first regulation on AI is the one that has been published by European Union in March 2024. It should be noted that the AI Act is not positioned to prohibit the utilization of AI. As the professor and the moderator said, we need to encourage the use of AI. But of course, we need to put attention on the risk of the AI. The approach that European Union use to regulate AI is founded on 4 categories. We have unacceptable AI system. We have AI system with high risk. We have AI system with acceptable risk. And we have AI system with minimal risk. If you want, that is the picture on acceptable risk of AI, high risk, limited risk, minimal risk. What does it mean on acceptable AI system? By AI with unacceptable risk, we should understand all AI systems whose use is considered to go against the value of European Union, namely fundamental human rights, freedom of expression and opinion, mass surveillance without forgetting property rights, among others. The AI system with high risk are those AI that create a high risk for the health and safety of fundamental human rights. The AI with, well, yes, I can go, yes. The AI with acceptable risk. AI with acceptable risk are those that interact with humans and are used to detect emotion or determine association with social categories based on biometrics data and that generate or manipulate content. And finally, AI with minimal risk. On the AI system classified as minimum risk are all those that apply a code of conduct, including commitment relating to environmental sustainability, accessibility of information for people with disability, and stakeholder participation in design. So, moderator, let me know if I am on time. If not, I can stop here. I can continue because I just want to. Can I hear? Okay,
Your
please.
time is up, sir. I didn't know how to stop you.
So okay. Let us
So
wait
can
here.
you take a minute to just conclude, sir?
Okay, let me conclude. Okay. First of all, I will conclude on a ChatGPT. How ChatGPT challenges intellectual property law, because this is very important. First of all, there are some core questions that we need to raise to us. Who owns the content generated by ChatGPT robots? Is it the entity that creates the AI or the person who provided the training data or the user? This is the first question. The second point, does ChatGPT content benefit from copyright protection? Is there a copyright violation when AI-generated content is used without permission? Is there a copyright violation when content generated by ChatGPT is used without permission? Who is responsible in the event of illegal use of information generated by the ChatGPT? Okay, so regarding the ownership, the content generated by ChatGPT is the result of AI, but authorship only benefit from human rights. Regarding the copyright regulation, only a man, a human being, can be an author. But in the case of the ChatGPT, the question is ChatGPT a man or a machine? Second question, what about the originality criteria? ChatGPT can sometimes produce content that can be described as original because it reveals unique particular character. It's close to the creation by human. But what is important to know here is that regarding the ChatGPT, they are assuming that the content from ChatGPT can be benefit from copyright protection. The question then arises here of the ownership of the rights. According to OpenAI, with the ownership of the ChatGPT, we have two sides. First, to AI designer, due to the intellectual, financial, material, and human effort made during the design, data selection, learning, and so on. So the OpenAI consider that the designer can be the owner of the right. To ChatGPT user who has the control of the tool and who particularly determine his request. Second point, ChatGPT considered, OpenAI consider that ChatGPT is the user that can be the author of the ChatGPT. So from there, the general condition of the use of ChatGPT are available on the website of OpenAI, and the general condition of the use set two limits. First, the regulation prohibits presenting content as it is were be generated by human. When you present the content generated by ChatGPT as a human, this has been forbidden. It has been banned. Contents must comply with OpenAI use policy, with which prohibits the use of ChatGPT to generate content that is illegal. OpenAI banned the use of ChatGPT on content development that is illegal, hateful, threatening, harassing, defamatory, vulgar, obscene, violent, inciting to violence, racist, and so on and so forth. The second point, I will stop here. The regulation prohibited the generation of fraudulent, misleading, or even malicious content. The same goes for those who violate privacy data or contravene to regulation or law. So for ChatGPT, we need to ban everything like obscene, violent, hateful, or violate a privacy data. I will stop here, and I am open to the discussion. Again, thank you. I want to thank all the organizers. I want to thank also all our
Mr. Abdullah
all the participants in the room. Over to you.
Please, let's give a round of applause to we appreciate you. To save long, of course, we saw the context and enriched conversation, which will guide some of the things we're doing. Yeah, thank you so much, sir. May I just remind us that each presentation is going to be for just 10 minutes. For those who are online and those of us who are here, every presenter has maximum of 10 minutes. We can give an award to anybody who presents for less. Thank you so much. The tea break's been ready, but we also didn't want to disrupt the presentation. We will go for just 10 minutes. We'll take a walk, the ushers will lead us. We'll just be fast with it, and then we'll return here to continue the conversation. May I let us know that we have in our midst Mr. Pius Ikirego, who is the Director ICT, representing the Executive Secretary of National Commission for Colleges of Education. Is here and will be making presentation later, as well as Mr. Buhari Sani, who is Assistant Director at Federal Ministry of Education, University Education Department, representing Director of University Education. We will listen to them at some point. Please, if you check your time, now it's about noon. Do you want it? I don't know. Yeah, okay. Okay, do we have Mr. Salim is still up? We don't want to keep him longer. Do we have one or two questions for him so that we allow him to go and do other things? I think he's in Addis Ababa. Yeah. If we don't have questions for him, that means we listen attentively and is quite understood. Mr. Abdullah Salifu, I'm told that you are a perfect presenter. You've been awarded 100%. And so, thank you so much. No question for you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, may we go for tea break, please? We have max 15 minutes and then we'll reconvene and move quickly. There are so many presentations and we don't want to miss any of them. Please, thank you so much for your cooperation. Thank you.
Anyway, how are you? Oh, yeah.
She's the director of academic planning at the University of Cross River State, which is based in Calabar. We also have Mr. Lanrio Dekunde, who is the deputy managing director of Huawei Technologies, as well as Mr. Olanawaju Adebayo, head digital skills development, representing the managing director CEO of Galaxy Backbone PLC. So for the one studying for India. Yeah, what is this? What is this? I'm aware, but I just want to know what capacity. Yes. Thank you. It's time to have Mr. Roger Jian, Chief of Global Partnership and Program Office, UNESCO. He will be talking to us on upskilling and reskilling the higher education workforce for digital transformation in the AI era. I need a special round of applause for Mr. Rogers. Himself and Professor Lian came around 8 o'clock, and he's been around here since that time. Please put your hands together for the institute.
Thank you. Thank you, MC. I have a PowerPoint. So please can you help me get going. So before I also start, I want to thank Professor Bala and the IOE Nigerian National Center to give us this opportunity to make a presentation here. It's my first time in Nigeria, but I have been working with our colleagues in Nigeria for many years. So it's a very nice country, and I'm very glad to be here. And since I only have 10 minutes, so I will just jump into the presentation. Okay? Okay, thank you. So the title for my presentation is Upskilling and Reskilling the Higher Education Workforce for Digital Transformation in the AI Era. And I want to let you know that the development of ICT technology, especially AI and generative AI, such as ChatGPT, is reshaping the higher education and the perspective practice for students, for teachers, for the management and the extra. And it has raised new requirements for the teachers, for the management, with the knowledge equip the knowledge with and the skills to engage in strategic integration and ethical implementation of AI in higher education. So in this case, reskilling is recognized as a strategic imperative for responsible and effective implementation of higher education. So I want to let you know that UNESCO actually, we collaborate with our partner HGIs to initiate a new. I'm sorry, this it's not working. Can you help me turn next slide, please?
We need to get it.
Oh, okay. Good. Thank you.
Does it work?
Okay. Thank you very much. So, UNESCO our partner HGI, we propose this initiative. It's called IO International Institute of Online Education. It's considered as an initiative to reskill and upskill higher education workforce. And this initiative was originally initiated by UNESCO the 11 partner HGIs like partner enterprises back to 2019. And during the past 5 years, it has already managed to become an international higher education digital transformation alliance with 110 partner HGIs from 39 countries and 43 international organizations. Most of them are UNESCO regional offices, HQ, and different other organizations, and 32 partner enterprises. In addition to the IOE network, the IOE has also a platform. This platform is a public platform to provide digital competency building for higher education teachers. And we launched this IOE platform 2020. and we have upgraded it several times. So we just released a 3.0 version in December 2023. And it has already supported more than 12,000 registered users from more than 130 countries. So you can see here in the map of the global IoE global partners. It covers most of the countries in Africa and in Asia. So now I just jump into the key points that we want to discuss with you. I want to introduce you today. So this is called IIO Micro-Certification Program. This is one of our flagship programs that we proposed last year to support the reskilling and upskilling of higher educations, higher education workforces for their digital competencies in the age of generative AI. So the objective of this IoE micro certification is to support you guys to reskill and upskill their workforce, and it has different perspectives. First, it offers flexible and customized solutions for higher education workforce. Because the standard, the need, the challenges faced by the higher education community in different countries, different parts of the world is very different. So we understand that it's very important to conduct the localized training, localized activities based on the localized needs in different countries. So this is the first thing we want to emphasize with this IoE micro certification program. Second is that we want to set transferable definition for digital competencies. So we collaborate with global experts and the partner HEI to develop the competency framework for digital teaching and learning. It has gone through several months and multiple rounds of consultations, so it can be aligned with different framework and with different kind of needs. And for the competency framework is also associated with a bunch of guidelines, with a bunch of evaluation criteria, and etc. Then we want to form a content repository with online courses, with guidance. And so we gather the resources from different partners for IoE from the globe. So from the IoE platform, you won't only be able to find the courses from China, from UNESCO ITO, from IoE. You will be able to find the courses from all the potential IoE partners, maybe from Malaysia, maybe from South Africa, maybe from Nigeria as well. So as mentioned by Rebella, the ADU has already joined the co-development of two courses. One is A3, one is T1. The finally, we emphasize a lot on the recognition of the certificate because sometimes the higher education teacher, they are lack of the incentive, the motivation to get to the professional development activities because the certificate is not recognized enough. But this is very important for the joy and the professional development activities because it's necessary for them to get the skills for reskilling and upskilling in this era of digital technology. So this is what we are going to emphasize on that. Okay, so you can see here is the competency framework. It has different levels. It has in total 21 competencies. From the beginning, it has the fundamental competency, competency, advanced competency. And the ABU has already completed the first catalog training for the B1 competencies, which is the design and the produce micro course. And we also have different competencies. For example, you guys, the C5 one is more related with generative AI integration in higher education. And here, so this one is mostly for higher education teachers. And then in the meantime, we are also developing with global experts to develop the competency framework for higher education management personnel and also support personnel. So these two competency frameworks should be available at the end of 2024. And in addition, actually within the framework of the IoE micro certification, we has already also proposed it's called 1+X generative AI course series. We hosted the very first launch ceremony of this 1+X generative AI course in June, and it has a different perspective. So the one means fundamental courses on generative AI, X means multiple series focusing on different fields, include like a pedagogy, governance, operation, discipline, industry, and etc. So at this moment, we have already launched 3 courses. They are online already. All of them are competency-based according to the competency framework for the C5 competency. And then the 3 courses here are teaching with AI, practical tips and the points, AI in education, a journey through the future class, co-design engaging courses with generative AI. And so together with the IOE micro-certification competency program, at this moment we have, I would say, probably 6 to 10 courses ready online. And by end of this year, we are expecting to have more than 20 courses available on IOE. And so how we implemented those courses. So what, as I mentioned, that we emphasize a lot on the localization. So we strongly encourage our partner HGIs to conduct customized and localized implementation of the IOE micro certification based on the local needs and the local, local status. So and the UNESCO actually needs us to provide all resources, information as a reference to support our partner HGI, especially in the case of Nigeria, it will be the IOE Nigeria National Center to support them to conduct the localized implementation. We provide resources such as online review courses, guidelines, the competency framework, the if necessary external consultancy, external expert consultancy, and action. So, and the IOE platform is also very important as one of the resources we provide to support partners. Generally, it has different steps. So if we have some existing TPE framework, we encourage our partners to align the IOE micro-certification program with their existing framework. So it will be more effective. And then we can get some resources from the IOE platform, like the module 20 courses. They will all be open for free. And then you can get those courses, you can get the competency framework, you can get the evaluation criteria. Then you can do the customization as much as you want. That's just the course content, you can add the quiz, you can add the assignment, whatever you want. And then finally, we hope it's very important that it can integrate the IOE micro certification to something like a current certification recognition. Like for some countries, they have a requirement on all higher education teachers on like how many TP hours, how many TP credits they need to get each year. And if not, we certainly hope it's important to seek the endorsement from the social authority, maybe the vice chancellor, maybe the ministry in charge of higher education. So this certificate can be recognized, and the teacher will more incentive and more motivation to get engaged into this kind of activities. IOE National Center, we proposed that back to 2022. And we have 12 IOE national centers around the world at this moment, including Ahmad Bello University as the IOE Nigeria National Center. It's considered as a mechanism for localization and customization. As I mentioned that UNESCO and the IOE, we provide flexible resources, flexible open and free resources, and it's up to the IOE National Center to conduct localized trainings, you leverage the IOE and leverage the IOE resources. And the National Center will also be able to establish a local network covering different HGIs and conduct policy dialogue like this one today. So I have a brief summary of the IOE Nigeria Center. So it's launched on April 20th, back to 2022. And at this moment, it has 30 universities in Nigeria within the regional network, and has conducted multiple activities, including trainings, webinars, and other short academic activities. And supported higher education teachers for around 4,972 per time. So it's achievement. And different activities have been conducted. This is one of our joint initiative with the IOE Digital Center, Nigerian Digital Center, back to 2022 and 2023. It includes SPARS, teacher training, online policy design and development, policy implementation workshop, but also digital literacy development program for teachers. And as I mentioned, this year, the key important, the flagship program is the IOE micro certification. And the DBU is the very first IOE partner HPI among those 100 HPIs in the world, completed the first round of the qualification of the IOE micro certification module. And I think our colleagues from IOE Nigerian National Center will give a further introduction on this. So I will just skip it. So finally, I think this is my last slide. So finally, as mentioned, the IOE platform, we have upgraded to the 3.0 version. So for this one, it has different functions, several functions to support the IOE national centers for localization and the customization. So the IOE platform has several key functions. Like the first one, you can just copy with one click with the replicated IOE course resources to the IOE Nigeria national center page, just by a single one click, and then the from a content repository, like all the content from and then the IOE Nigeria will be able to do customization to the copy, the replicated process as much as they want. They can add a resurvey, they can add an assignment, they can add anything. And then if necessary, they want details after a section. So you can do sample and design the course result that's based on the resource repository report. And then you can also organize online training with more and more teachers in Nigeria, not only but also other HPIs in Nigeria on the IOE platform. This supports varieties of tests, the assignment, not like a quiz, but also like also require the assignment like a short video or maybe a PDF or document that you can assign an evaluator to evaluate the assignment and give us form. And then also this IOE platform supports customized certification, and it will be automatically system. So there you can see on the right in the corner is the kind of a candidate to the certificate, and as the IOE National Center, you can just customize this certificate as you want. You can add a new logo, you can add the hours of the training, you can add the title of the training, or whatever you want. Then you can just submit this certificate to the trainee who has passed the assignment, who has passed the quiz. And finally, it's also okay for the IOE National Center to personalize their IOE National Center homepage, so it can be aligned with and also be localized. So I think that's all of my presentation. So what I want to conclude is that the next idea here is to support the IOE Nigerian National Center. We provide resources, we provide a platform, we provide network around the globe. And the IOE Nigerian National Center will leverage the resources from IOE to support the HPIs and the higher education teachers in Nigeria on digital competency building, on digital transformation. And I believe by working together, we will achieve a very good future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together once more. I mean, that's a great presentation. We appreciate that, and we also hope that we're able to get whatever it is that are concerns or things we may want to raise concerning any presentation. Please just note it, and then we come back to it so that we can move. We started late, and we also had some challenges. Well, I believe that we are really enjoying this. I mean, in recent time, I haven't attended any event with this kind of rich literature about a particular subject matter that is significant. And I hope we are taking note of this. I don't know if the UNESCO Nigeria West Africa AU Liaison Office representative is online, but he should be getting ready if he is. May I announce that, as a way of, beginning my charity from home, so to say, that the executive vice chairman and CEO of NCC is here, ably represented by Alaji Ismail Adedigba, who is NCC's Director of Research and Development, and he will be presenting EVC's presentation. Is likely to spend less than 10 minutes. I already announced the price for anybody who spends it. I just want to remind us that. So please put your hands together for my boss as he comes on. Then Dr. Ajala, Senior Special Assistant to the Minister, who just represented the Minister. He's also the National Director of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. He will be presenting on behalf of the DG of NITDA, Malam Inua Achifu Abdullahi. Please get ready. After ABC, you will come up. Alaji Adedigba, please come up. Put your hands together once more. Thank you. Please, we have in our midst also the Chief Information Officer of Media Trust, Engineer Yusuf Abdullahi. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Once again, my name is Ismail Adedigba, Director for Research and Development, Nigerian Communications Commission. Because of the importance of this gathering, the EVC wished to be here personally. And as you know, we are all the civil servants. You have your plan, but the plan of your principal supersedes your own at any point in time. So up until about 30 minutes ago, still, wishing to be here. But notwithstanding, I will read his keynote speech as directed. I want to start on already established protocol. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to address you today at this significant national dialogue on consensus framework towards a policy guideline roadmap for Nigerian higher education in the age of artificial intelligence. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the International Institute of Online Education, Nigerian National Center, UNESCO International Center for Higher Education Innovation, and Ahmadu Bello University in USAID for organizing these events and for inviting me to share my thoughts on this crucial introduction. Today, we stand at the crossroads of an educational revolution, driven by the rapid advancement of artificial intelligence. The quadruple Chinese model we brings together government, academia, industry, and community provides a comprehensive framework for ensuring fair and responsible use of artificial intelligence in higher education. This collaborative approach is essential for harnessing the full potential of AI while addressing ethical, social, and economic challenges it faces. The role of AI in higher education. The artificial intelligence has the potential to transform higher education in profound ways. It can enhance teaching, learning, and research, making education more personalized, accessible, and different and efficient. AI-driven tools can provide tailored learning experiences, automate administrative tasks, and offer data-driven insights that help educators improve their teaching method. Furthermore, AI can facilitate groundbreaking research by processing vast amount of data and identifying patterns that might be missed by human researchers. However, As we embrace this innovation, we must also be mindful of the challenges they bring. Issues such as data privacy, academic bias, and digital divide must be addressed to ensure that AI benefit all students equitably. Today's dialogue is a crucial component of Nigeria's strategy to harness AI for economic growth, enhance educational outcomes, and foster innovation across sectors. Under the leadership of the Minister of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Nigeria is advancing a robust AI strategy aimed at positioning the country as the global hub for AI model training and creative time. This initiative is projected to create over 50,000 jobs in the AI sector, underscoring Nigeria's commitment to leveraging technology to drive sustainable development and global competitiveness. In this case, the role of government should be as follows. As regulators, it is our responsibility to create a conducive environment for the integration of AI in higher education. This involves developing robust policies guidelines that ensure the ethical use of AI, protect student data, ensure connectivity, and promote transparency and accountability. At the Nigerian Communication Commission, we are committed to supporting the digital infrastructure that underpin these advancements by ensuring reliable and widespread internet connectivity. We enable educational institutions to leverage AI technologies effectively. Furthermore, we have focused on fostering a regulatory environment that encourages innovation while safeguarding public interest. Our efforts to ensure that AI does not exacerbate inequalities include promoting digital inclusion by making digital access widespread and affordable, predicated on the following key principles, which are fair, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. In compliance with national regulation, we are firm on upholding privacy, including the protection of sensitive information, while encouraging the ethical deployment of AI technology. The role of academics. Academic institutions are at the forefront of AI innovation. They play a critical role in researching and developing AI technologies, as well as training the next generation of AI experts. It is essential that academia fosters a culture of ethical AI use and incorporate AI ethics into their curriculum. By doing so, we can ensure that future AI practitioners are well equipped to address the ethical challenges associated with AI. Moreover, collaboration between academia and the telecommunication sector is vital. Educational institutions can leverage the robust digital infrastructure provided by telecom operators to conduct cutting-edge research and offer innovative AI-driven educational solutions. This synergy will be instrumental in driving the digital transformation of higher education in Nigeria. The role of the industry. The private sector is a key driver of artificial intelligence innovation. Companies must collaborate with educational institutions to develop AI solutions that meet the needs of students and educators. Industry partnership can provide valuable resources such as funding, technology, and expertise, which can accelerate the integration of AI in higher education. Moreover, Companies must adhere to ethical standards and practice in the development and deployment of AI technology. The telecommunication industry, in particular, plays a crucial role in this ecosystem by providing necessary infrastructure and connectivity. Telecom operators enable deployment and use of AI technologies in education settings. NCC is committed to fostering partnership between telecom companies and educational institutions to support the development of innovative AI solutions. The role of the communities. The communities, including students, parents, and civil society organizations, play a vital role in shaping the future of AI in education. Public engagement and awareness are crucial for fostering trust and acceptance of AI technologies. We must ensure that the voices of all stakeholders are heard and that their concerns are addressed in the development of AI policies and guidances. Community involvement in all is also essential in bridging the digital divide by promoting digital literacy and ensuring equitable access to technology. We can empower all members of society to benefit from the advancement in artificial intelligence. The NCC is actively working to address these challenges through initiatives aimed at expanding digital inclusion and fostering digital skill development. Collaboration for holistic integration. The successful integration of AI in higher education requires collaboration among all stakeholders. The Honorable Ellis model provides a framework for this collaboration, ensuring that the perspective and expertise of government, academia, industry, and community are integrated into the development and implementation of AI policies and practices. By working together, we can create an ecosystem that supports innovation, promotes ethical AI use, and addresses the unique challenges of the Nigerian higher education system. This collaborative approach will enable us to harness the full potential of AI and ensure that its benefits are realized by all. Development of consensus framework. The objective of this national dialogue is to develop a consensus framework for the responsive use of AI in Nigerian higher education. This framework will provide comprehensive guidelines for AI integration, addressing issues such as data privacy, algorithmic fairness, and digital divide. It will also promote the use of open source solutions and data practices, ensuring that artificial intelligence technologies are accessible to all. The expected outcome of this initiative include policy and regulatory support, promoting open source solutions, technical support, as well as various success stories and global example. To illustrate the effectiveness of the Honorable Ellis model, let us consider some global success stories. China. China has made significant strides in integrating AI into its higher education system. The government, academia, industry, and community have worked together to develop AI-driven educational tools and platforms. For example, Tsinghua University collaborated with leading tech companies like Alibaba and Tencent to develop AI courses and research initiatives. This partnership has led to the creation of AI labs and innovation centers, fostering a robust ecosystem for AI education. The government support through policies and funding has further accelerated this advancement, making China a global leader in AI education. In the United States, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology has established the MIT IBM Watson AI Lab, worth $240 million investment that brings together academia and industry to advance AI research and education. This collaboration has resulted in cutting-edge AI solutions and educational programs that we have trained for the future. The involvement of the community through public forums and workshops ensure that benefits of AI are widely understood and embraced in the US. Finland has successfully implemented elements of AI, a free online course developed by the University of Helsinki and the tech company Rector. This initiative, supported by the Finnish government, aims to educate the public about AI and its implications. The course has reached over 1 million participants globally, demonstrating the power of collaboration between academia, industry, and the community in promoting AI literacy. Kenya. In Africa, Kenya is making notable progress in integrating AI into its education system. The government, in collaboration with AI Research Lab, iHub, and Strathmore University, has developed AI training program and research projects. This initiative aims to equip students with AI skills and promote the development of local AI solutions. The Kenya government commitment to digital infrastructure and policy support as instrumental in these efforts. In conclusion, the fair and responsible use of AI in higher education is a shared responsibility. By embracing the curricular health model, we can harness the full potential of AI while addressing the ethical and social challenges it presents. Together, we can create an inclusive and equitable educational environment that prepares our students for the future. At the Nigerian Communication Commission, we are committed to supporting this initiative and working collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure the success of AI integration in Nigerian higher education. We hope that these efforts will also contribute significantly to Nigeria's effort on developing the AI synergy, positioning our nation at the forefront of global AI innovation and education. Let us work together to ensure that AI serves as a force for driving innovation and fostering global comprehensiveness for Nigeria. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and for your commitment to this important cause. Executive Vice Chairman, CEO, Nigerian Communication Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give another round of applause. Yes. The English wants to see.
Just before we take the representative of DG NIDA, we would like to bring up here Professor Femi Peters, the Vice Chancellor of the National University of Nigeria, who will be speaking on AI and open and distance learning, realities and challenges. Please put your hands together for Professor Peters.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests who are here. I want to appreciate the invitation to be at this occasion today, and thanks to the Ahmadu Bello University, who is the hosting center for IIOE. And I want to proceed quickly to also thank the Honorable Minister for Communications and Innovations and Economy for allowing me to steal part of his time. I am here as a university, and my small brief is basically towards the university. And the topic is very explicit itself. It says artificial intelligence and open and distance learning realities and challenges. I bring warm greetings from my university, the Senate staff, and everybody in the university. I have some staff who are here. I have my deputy director, Esther, who is here. And we have one of our experts in ethics of artificial intelligence, who is also sitting here, telling you clearly that the National Open University of Nigeria looks at this topic with a lot of seriousness. My discussion will focus on 4 items. I want to make it very brief, and it's going to be on emergence of AI in open and distance learning, realities of the use of AI, open and distance learning, the challenges in the use, and the experience of the National Open University of Nigeria. I'm sorry, it's not showing. Oh, all right. The experience of the National Open University of Nigeria in the use and deployment of AI, and of course, a small conclusion. Like I said, we have open and distance learning, and the distance there for us means technology. And this is what we are made to right from the establishment of the university, trying to be able to link our students wherever they are to the classroom, as it were. And the only way we do it is through technology. And this we have been doing very well, using the old technology until COVID came, and COVID disrupted everything. At that time, you could see the difference between my university and Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, because then I was basically using technology. But immediately COVID came, the distinction between ABU Zaria and my university became blurred. Everybody now had to get on in the issue of technology, and that is where we are now. No wonder. One of the 3 major issues that COVID solved was the issue of innovation in technology. First, when COVID came, many universities couldn't teach, and they had to start rushing towards online programs. And 2 was that teachers who are supposed to deliver had no prior training of this. They also had to rush to try and gain 1 or 2 knowledge in order to deliver online. And the 3rd major factor that happened after COVID was that a rush of technologies developed. This rush in my university, we call it emergent technologies. Quite a number of them. We have even 5G is one of the emerging technologies that came about. Artificial intelligence is one of them. Virtual reality is one of them. So quite a number of these technologies became. So for us in Open University, we do not see a special significance. We use all the technologies in order to drive our own teaching. And that is why we consider this very important in terms of using AI to drive technology. So the question we want to ask ourselves is, what really is AI in our own context? AI is one of the emerging technologies that we said, and they have 3 characteristics, basically. They are new and rapidly being developed. So where we are today, by tomorrow, by next week, probably we'll have new technologies that we'll have to adapt in order to use. They are also very disruptive it has disrupted the way we know how to teach, especially in education. And that is the issue that we have. The issue to the extent that we really don't know what knowledge the student has, what knowledge the teacher has. And since this is a university, the essence of a university is be able to impart skills and knowledge so that they will be able to use it outside. So who has the knowledge? One of the presenters earlier, the man from UNESCO, had told us that due to some UNESCO guidelines, we can now appropriate knowledge using generative AI to the user rather than the content provider. And I used to say, really, part of the reality of AI is that what really is the difference between AI and Google? Google. What's the difference? So for us, we look at it as if it's a new thing. But Google has been with us for a long time. So what we now have, and the same principle of generating Google is what they have used to generate AI, data, basically data. And that is why one of the realities of AI is the subjectiveness of data. Where did you get the data that you are using? So the various technologies that we refer to as emergent is now very clear. But AI has been very useful to National Open University of Nigeria. And we've said it here that it enables us to be able to provide personalized teaching to our students. We can also use it in student support services. We can also use it as automated to grade their results. But perhaps the one that concerns us here, majorly as a university, is content creation. Content creation and predictive analysis of the student behavior towards the lecture that you have given. And that is where we are. But AI has limitations. AI has limitations despite the knowledge that we think we'll get. The first limitation is that any of this one, as a Nigerian, we are not creating the tool. We are using the tool. There's a difference. And I think our attention, Honorable Minister, should be also creating the tool, not just using the tool. And anytime I want to speak on this, I'm a little bit unsure my audience where to carry them, because we cannot continue to have a system that is developed and be able to now streamline it within the existing platforms that we have, which these platforms we get from, depending on the university. Some are using different platforms. And so the technical limitations of AI is that their performance of whatever you are using can be affected by the quality and the quantity of data available. The obvious limitation that we've all said today is about ethical implications. Who has the data? Is there any privacy? Are there bias? Are there transparency? These are things that we've said before. The third one is human AI collaboration. At Open University, one of the major ways we take our content is the human content. Because the major disadvantage of a student in open and distance learning is the distance and the standalone student, the centeredness. He has to develop himself. So there has to be a technology that will mitigate that emotion that is not there in technology. And that is part of the realities of AI. How do you make a student who is alone somewhere and to have an emotive contact with the content that he or she is reading? These are the realities that we know we have with artificial intelligence. And we also have, for it to be used, the data has to be continuously regenerated and improved. So you have to continuously monitor and evaluate what you have. And finally, scalability and sustainability. I will talk a little bit about that later, that is one of the limitations of AI. How do you scale it up? How do you sustain it? The challenges have already been stated here. Data privacy and security, especially students. I was just telling the Executive Secretary, NUC, that I find it difficult these days to send any of my data outside my data center component because I can no longer guarantee the safety. I can no longer guarantee the privacy. These are practical issues that we need to sort out if we are to fully benefit from this emerging technology like AI. Bias and fairness. How do we address the algorithmic bias that AI has brought in, for instance, into grading, into support systems? And we have to find a way to address this bias and fairness. Lack of transparency. AI can be very complex and big, making it difficult for students and education providers to understand how decisions were arrived at. And this lack of transparency can lead to mistrust in AI systems and raise concerns about their ethical use. I mentioned one of the limitations. The other one is integrating. Because we are not the creator, we are the use. We all have different access to different platforms. So the issue is, for all of us who are here, how do we integrate it to our present platform that we use, to our present LMS? These are issues that we need to look about. Cost is also very important, and resource constraint. We face challenges in getting funds, in getting expertise, in getting technical support for two reasons. One, we didn't create them. Two, that we want to deploy them. So the cost of attaining this is also part of the challenge that we have. And these things don't come cheap, even if they are presented here as something that we can use. The next is resistance to change. Most of my academic staff in my university, we are the elderly ones, and we find it difficult to move with technology. So we need to train our academic staff. We have to be a little bit more digital because that is what it is. But the greatest danger about resistance to change is simply that people don't believe AI. They know how to use it now, but because of the constraints about knowing who owns it, people are skeptical about using artificial intelligence. But like I said in my early introduction, to me, the first place you start with is to assume that the generative AI that you are using is getting a source or a source of information from perhaps the same area that Google has gotten it. The difference now is that it has assisted you to provide a wholesome product that Google will not have been able to provide you. And that makes the difference. The other challenge is the social challenges. And because in my university, we take it very serious. Because we have students, about 140,000 students, and we are in about 120 study centers with different demographics, with different capabilities, with different disabilities. So we cannot totally go on AI for our students to be able to benefit because of this social bias. The issue of cost, access to digital tools is also an issue that we consider. So as much as we prefer or we like AI to be part of the tool, we have to be circumspect because we must, as a social context, and I want to make this, many of us now who use online don't consider social context. We are only interested in content delivery and making money. Some of your students will still rely on print. We have to take care of that. So the National Open University of Nigeria still takes the broadness of its mandate as part of the constraint of adopting technology. Students from lower social economic backgrounds may not have the access to the technology and the internet reliability that makes them to be able to enjoy fully. So in the policy that you are going to get, you also need to have some considerations for this. We've also talked about ethical challenges. The ethical challenge is a major concern, and we've been able to say, all right, this is it. When the student runs a term paper, you want to ask, is it his own? When the lecturer prepares content, you want to say, is it his or her own? And that will, let me give you a very nice example. 4 lecturers in chemistry department in ABU's area, National Open University of Lagos, National Open University of Nigeria, University of Lagos, all go to the same generative AI to define what is first law of thermodynamics. It's going to keep them the same answer. Is that what we want? That's the reality. Is that what we want? So the knowledge that we are supposed to gain, therefore, is becoming unified and codified. And these are some of the challenges that we may need to look at. And finally, part of the challenges is pedagogical challenge. In open and distance learning, because of the distance, there is a manner that we present our content to them. AI can do that as it is, because we address them on a personal level, on a personal note, in order to get their attention, in order to get their interest in the content that they are reading. Don't forget, I am entirely basing my presentation on my university so that it will guide you in when you are determining the policies. So may I now just go straight to National Open University of Nigeria's experience? If you can please go there and tell you where we are in the deployment of AI. All right. The issues we need to deal with here is we are very large. We have large number of students, staff in different locations, students in different locations, staff in different locations, and we have to reach them. So the first thing we did, therefore, in National Open University, is to have a policy enactment. We produced an AI policy to guide us in the use of courseware development and delivery in order to enhance our students' understanding. The first thing we did was have a policy. Then after having the policy, the major areas that we have concentrated our use of AI now is examinations and assessments, which is understandable. If you have 140,000 students spread all over Nigeria taking the same course at the same time, at the same time at different study centers, you must be able to have a tool that will show you the integrity, that will maintain the integrity of what you are doing. So we've been able to use AI tools to create timetable, scheduling of timetable for our students, and also to proctor them. Now, the major issue about any university is the integrity of its examination. And so these students are all over. So, and our integrity level as Nigerians is a little bit low. So you need to assure yourself that wherever they are, the same integrity index that is happening in Lagos is happening in Abuja. And the only way we can do it using the AI tool now is by proctoring, which we deployed for all 100 level and 200 level exams because of the large student base. We also generate examination schedule based on student registrations because the students have in one, let me give in one study center, it's like a university. Every study center in National Open University of Nigeria is like a university. What do I mean? It has all the programs of all the faculties. So you can imagine the iteration that happens in every student being taken care of, every student being in all faculties and all academic programs. We could only have been able to do this through AI. And we use AI to send questions to study centers as well during exams. We use AI to customize exam questions for each study center. And we use AI tools for learning analytics in order to be able to predict certain behavior of our students who are spread all over it. So, like I said, we've just developed an AI policy to guide its use on courseware and course delivery. And the feature use that we are currently going on now in my university is the development of the NOUN quality management system, where we want to be able to use AI to evaluate our staff job performance who are spread all over the country. But we have challenge in Open University in still deploying this. And the major challenge is infrastructure and also training personnel. And that is what we have. So what is the way forward for us? We think there should be a national policy that will guide the interconnectivity in all educational systems that guides us on how we can deploy AI tools in order to be able to reach our students. The challenge we face at the National Open University of Nigeria is different a little bit from what Ahmadu Bello University will face. But like I said, the distinction between us is becoming blurred because the same technology that we have is the same technology that they also have. And therefore, there is a meeting point between the two modes of teaching, and we have to find a way out. The integration of AI in ODL has come to stay. And the infrastructure, the power, and the bandwidth that we need across all our study centers must be sustained. That has to be part of the policy. The ethical considerations also has to be national policies, such as data privacy and the bias that AI itself brings into its predictive analytical behavior. We also need to concern ourselves with social challenges, including the digital divide and the maintaining human interaction. I don't know how you'll be able to do that in online, because most online systems don't have this aspect of emotiveness in the way they prepare their content. They present it as if the way I'm presenting it as a classroom, whereas anyone who has coming across our course content will see that it's a little bit different. And it takes a lot of effort to be able to produce that kind of content for a student who is perhaps 500 kilometers away from you. And that is part of the pedagogy concern that must be done. Finally, successful implementation has to be hinged on the seamless integration because of the different sources of AI tools that we have with the particular platform that we are using. And we hope that by this, we'll be able to improve the teaching and the learning experience of our students and be able to find out what is good for them. My last statement is that the AI becomes important for only one reason. We want to be assured that the content that the students learn is the content that they can apply. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's give the Professor Peter another round of applause. Thank you so much. I see that the paper is so loaded and we have to exceed the time. We'll try and make sure that the award is still standing for whoever makes it under 10 minutes. Thank you so much. Now, Dr. Ajala, senior special advisor to the Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, and the National Director of the National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. He will come over now and speak on behalf of Malam Inu Akachi Fabula, the DG of Libya. Please put your hands together for Dr. Ajala. Thank you.
Hope I'll be able to win this award. I'm wearing two caps today, and I hope I won't get confused because my principals are unavoidably absent. Please, I'm here now to deliver the keynote speech of the Director General of NIDA, Kashifu Inu Abdullah CCIE. Permit me to open with my own icebreakers. Sometimes early last year, 2023, or some months after the launch of a popular GPT, generative pre-trained transformer, I received a review request from one of the top journals to review an article. It was a blind review. I don't need to explain that to my senior colleagues here. In the area of digital technology and plastic circular economy, I'm not a very liberal reviewer, but I must say it was an excellent write-up. But along the way, I could not make a good case from the methodology, among other issues, that article should go for publication. So I highlighted all the good parts of the article, but I could not make a case for it to be accepted for publication. The interesting part of this is the fact that the exercise was a part of assessing academic integrity or misconduct under AI era. I was unaware that exercise was to use AI to generate academic articles and assess how many of them will successfully go through reviewers for publication. Without saying much, realizing the caliber of people here, you know how terrifying that could be for academia. Why this is on the research concern, what about the learning side? Also around this time last year, I was still grading my student at Coventry University. Yeah, around June, July, they go for, that's when end of session. And then that was before I moved back. I was still handling a module called Economic Toolkits at Coventry University, with a focus on teaching students how to conduct research. They were required to write a mini project. It was at the time the university had not developed a standard for use of AI. Now the university, because as of last month, I got a standard framework on how to use AI by students. What will you do when you could see GPT's footprint in many of these students' essays? If this is the one thing we need to pick from this icebreaker, please see this concern as a good justification for this national dialogue we're having today. Flowing from the Honorable Minister's opening remark on the transformative ability of generative AI, I also facilitate the teaching of data science in a couple of African countries. So last week at TENCA, National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, we built a data science board or a RAG, a retrieval augmented generation, where we do embedding with one LLM and we did retrieval with another open source LLM. We want to imagine what we can do. We did it just in. From that, just that's what we built, the RAG we built, the bot. We can now just spend a day or two with anybody just to learn the prompt, guide. And this individual will be a data scientist at his or her own pace. And we may not even need to meet with the learner, but we can just send you a page guide. And the individual will go through from understanding learning outcome along the study, query the bot for a conversational learning, self quiz for the learner, grade the learner, and submit with feedback. So as a lecturer, you now have a tool to improve your students' learning outcome, not just by providing personal learning, but also by facilitating learning for some who ordinarily would have been disadvantaged. Please let this icebreaker underscore the importance of why we're here. Let me quickly jump to wearing the DG's NIDA scarf for the next 10 minutes. I hope I'm trying to just beat the time so that you don't count the standing, may peace, mercy, and blessing be upon you all. Standing on existing protocol, I'm honored to address you today at this national dialogue, which aims to build a consensus framework for a policy guideline roadmap for Nigerian higher education in the age of artificial intelligence. As the Director General of NIDA, I'm happy to share with you our vision strategy for integrating AI into Nigeria educational development journey, with a particular focus on higher education. The topic I've been giving has three main components: the draft national AI strategy, the HENCA, National Center for Artificial Intelligence, and the Nigerian higher education. About the draft national AI strategy, I'm proud of the milestones we've achieved in our AI strategy journey. The strategy builds on the initial strategy draft done by NIDA to now develop a more comprehensive AI strategy. Our methodology for this AI strategy has been receiving positive nodding from all over the world. And some of the participants in this session can testify to that. Let me briefly talk about our AI strategy methodology. We adopted a methodology that should make all of us here be proud, being in the academic environment. We brought together individuals with over 300 citations in various areas of academic research. You can imagine the kind of brain power you brought together to develop Nigeria AI strategy. The methodology we used was we went through almost all AI research publications in the last 10 years. We extracted the authors' names. But after extracting these names, we have thousands of people we could see. We came up with almost 6 million publications. So we had to build a model to identify those who are Nigerians from these researchers. So after for us to do that, we had to build our own machine learning model to identify who are Nigerians from this list. Then we came up with 400 top Nigerians in the field first, but we know we couldn't go with 400. So we built another model to rank publication to select the top 100. Then we brought in other stakeholders, tech companies. We have Huawei was there. Another tech company I saw that was there, that one, okay. Almost all the hyperscalers were there. Civil liberty organizations, government agencies, we brought all of them together. Then we had an intensive 4-day workshop to come up with the draft. The process continues. After the draft, it's gone out now to a kind of confirmation with the chair and the co-chairs. It's also gone through with all the participants to confirm that truly these are the documents we worked on. Now this document is now going to giving their feedback. We now move to all the ministry and agencies. All the ministries, the 24 of them, we have the opportunity to work on this. Then stakeholders,
I'm sure at a point, maybe Nigerian University will be brought back into the room. And the final stage will be to hold the document for the public. So that it is about the national AI strategy, but the document is set. Instead of me explaining what it is, let's us just find a link between the aggregated 5 thematic areas we've come up with, without jumping into all the activities we do today. Fostering AI world-class AI ecosystem. That is one of the 5 aggregated areas. There's no way we are going to foster a world-class AI ecosystem without what we are planning to do here today. Accelerating AI adoption and sector transformation, including education. There's no way we'll be able to do that without part of what we are here to do today. The top pillar, aggregated pillar, will be ensuring responsible and ethical AI development. From the presentation, online presentation, and what Professor Lufemi said, we could see, and with the involvement of UNESCO also, you can see why this is relevant. Building a sustainable ecosystem, the researchers are always the first on our list. And with the building of AI collectives, you could see how much role the Nigerian higher educations have to play. Then developing an AI governance framework. So when you look at this, because the topic is about the draft AI strategy, National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Nigerian higher education. So you could basically say that. But instead of spending time, because I'm trying to win this award, let me delve into the convergence of NCAR and the Nigerian higher education. The National Center for AI and Robotics play a pivotal role in actualizing this strategy. And let me just, I'm trying to beat this very well. I'm going to skip so many things. So, NCAR, for some of us who may not know, National Center for Artificial Intelligence, is basically responsible for development and adoption of 4th industrial revolution technology for the country, and is 100% SPV, special vehicle from NIDA. So without talking more about that, let me look at a convergence between NCAR and Nigeria higher education. We are to encourage, at the centers, encourage curriculum updates to include AI data science courses across disciplines. We are providing grants and funding for AI researchers. You can project in universities. We are facilitating partnership between university and tech companies for practical AI application. We are promoting AI research to address complex societal challenge. Our sabbatical grant is one of them. We are supporting the establishment of AI research centers within university. We've had a kind of in-principle agreement with UNN and with MIVA. The synergy between our national AI strategy, NCAR, and higher education institution is crucial. In line with the last speaker point, Professor Olufemi, we envision a future where Nigerian universities are not just consumers of AI technology, but developers. That is why we're working on our own LLM. Some of the biases of these models, we believe we should be able to overcome some of them. I'm providing computing powers. When I discuss, or when we discuss where AI will be, people will first talk about human skill or the human capital, but we tell them Nigeria does not have that problem. If we could amass, talk of any top AI research institute in the world, you will find one Nigerian there. And you will be surprised when we went through our algorithm, the people we picked from Nigerian universities. We pick some of these, today I still meet them, I don't know who they are. I tell them, it's the algorithm that pick you based on your work. We have people that can do this. So that's not the problem. The algorithm we need to build and make Nigerian universities developers of AI. The algorithm are there on open source. Anything you want to build is there. You go to backend code, you can basically recompile your own AI today. So we don't have problem in terms of manpower. The algorithm, many of them are open source now. But where will you get the computing power to do that? Which is part of what we've been discussing about. And this is where our role at NCA and government agencies come up. We face challenges. AI skills and talents, I think we have control over that with the people here and with the work Nigerians are doing. Ethical concerns surrounding AI use, we could actually work on that, and we're actually working on that. We are one of the 18 countries that UNESCO RAM implementation is being tested. Need to continuously update curriculum. All these things we can do. But I will tell you the convergence will come, the area where computing. And I will tell you what we are doing about this. We are increasing investment in digital infrastructure in universities. And that is because we're engaging, sorry, please. We're engaging in innovative public-private partnership. If you have all the money today, Nigeria we have GBP. And at NCA now we have access to over 2,000 virtual CPU. But can we run a large language model on it? We cannot. And that is why we need a massive investment in GPU. And that is what we're working on a public-private partnership. We are expecting about 50 GPU that we've agreed under this partnership, where researchers, students, and startups, we have access to build their AI model. We're basically running models. If you develop these models, to even host them, you will be surprised for every call made or you are making, there is a charge, no matter how small it is, you are making. So for us, we are making this effort, and the Honorable Minister at the end of strategy announced the GPU project, which hopefully when we get on, we sign on with 2 universities for now, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and MIVA to provide. These will be available to Nigerian researchers. We know what it is to train model, then to host it. Creating attractive research opportunities to retain top AI researchers. And that is where we're developing this, where professors will be able to go to sabbaticals. At NCA, part of our ratings on AI index is very low. To boost that, we need researchers to work with us on projects of national interest. At NCA, hopefully we'll be able to take care of your costs, and it should be an interesting part, but we will be expecting some publication and groundbreaking research at this time. These are things that the Honorable Minister and DG NIDA have concluded. That call will be held soon for people in Nigerian institutions to come into it. Now, I want to beat the time. Do I still have? In conclusion, integrating AI, I'm trying to win this up, into our higher education system is about reimagining education for the 21st century and positioning Nigeria as a global leader in AI innovation. NIDA, through the AI National Strategy and NCA, is committed to supporting our higher education institution in this journey. Thank you for your attention. I look forward for the productive discussion, and God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, you didn't win, but I mean, that was a smart one. Thank you so much. Please, let's give a round of applause to Dr. Ajala. That's amazing. I had to call our attention to the need for us to create this appropriately. There's so much resources coming out of there. There are so many issues. When I listened to Professor Olufemi Peters, I ran to my colleagues. I drew their attention to something that we had discussed on our platform in Public Affairs Department of ACC and say, did you hear that statement? You know, just so that people can connect. There's a sense in which we're able to connect to what is happening here. And honestly, if you ask me what my wish was before we started, is for this auditorium to be full, in full capacity, for people to be here to listen to what is happening. Because I say to you, in our national discourse, which of course, it's normal for us to find it difficult to reach consensus, but you can see how fast we are reaching consensus here. In our national debates in Nigeria, I don't think that there is anything happening at this moment, on this day, other than the fact that maybe we are celebrating Mandela. I feel that this is one of the most significant events today in Nigeria because we have made progress. Listening to the representative of the Honorable Minister, listening to the presentation, listening to the EVC, listening to everybody who has spoken, we have made progress. We will try and manage the time, but I just want to seek your patience. Please, let's travel this journey together and let's be able to make a significant appreciation of it. Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Ajala. Do we have the UNESCO Nigeria West Africa AE Lezina representative online? Do you have any paper from there? Okay. So we will make progress. Do you have just a minute? Is it listed? Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I remember that. Yes. Is Professor Joad Dabunu from Hassan, the first university in Morocco, online? He's on? Fantastic. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we will listen to Professor Dabunu from Morocco just for 10 minutes. You have just 10 minutes to present your paper.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's counting already, sir.
I will share my screen and try to present all these slides in 10 minutes. Okay, one minute. So, okay. Are my presentation, do you see my presentation? My screen? Okay. It's okay?
We can see your presentation. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for inviting. I will try to present the recommendation of S3ER 2023, which is the international congress that was organized in Dakhla, Morocco, in November 2023. A short introduction before recommendations. New universities in the world and in Africa especially
are facing the changing world and the world in transition. And this is more clear with artificial intelligence, digital, and all the emerging technologies we are facing. So, how university must shape its mission in the new world? What I try to show you is that the university must change also because the world is changing, and higher education must adapt to this new world by involving its mission in a new role in the society, transforming the curricula and contents for students, and reshaping, revolutionizing the teaching methods, and strengthening ties with industry and society, of course. The reason is that the subjects of learning is changing. And the object of learning is also changing. And the means and methods of learning are changing. And the objective of learning is changing. So university must be agile, must be able to quickly adapt to changing world, and to be adapted. The content, the curricula must be flexible, modular, and capacity of development must be focused on digital, on innovation, and on agility. The science is changing because we have artificial intelligence. A lot of things are changing. From the infrastructure layer to the perception layer, cognitive layer, to decision layer. So making science, making research, or learning, teaching must change, because also the applications are changing in industry, chemical, medical, mathematics, all is changing, so the university must change. And we are going from the empirical paradigm to theoretical paradigm, computational paradigm, data-driven paradigm, and now AI for science paradigm. And we have a lot of applications where artificial intelligence is transforming industry, transforming medicine, marketing, etc., etc. And we have a lot of approaches to make science. Here I show PINs, physics informed neural networks, that are used to enable artificial intelligence to be combined with scientific rules and approaches like modelization, etc. And more, we have also neuroscience. So we are trying to have interaction between machines and brain, and so we can't artificial universities can't preserve and stay with their classical mission. The new mission of universities must be preparation for new societal realities, preparing also the new job markets and the changing jobs and the loss of jobs also, innovation and research that shape the new economic world and industrial world, and ethical and civic responsibility, and here explainable artificial intelligence or transparency, etc., etc. So in the Congress of Dakhla, we worked on what is called in Morocco Pact A3 2030, which is the strategy, the national strategy to adapt artificial intelligence to Moroccan realities, Moroccan universities, and to inspire from other experiences all around the world for Morocco and for Africa, because in our strategy, we try to create. I will perhaps show this African initiative of artificial intelligence. So we rely, or we try to find or to classify 3 foundations for the change in our university. The first pillar was transformation, digital transformation, and the second transforming all the system and the ecosystem, and the third, the governance. And we try also we have in Morocco universities we can call Orsol above ground, not related to their territories. And with artificial intelligence, the innovation, the transforming world, and the knowledge world and knowledge economy, we are trying to bring these universities and industrially, and to put and to make them linked and work together, and to try to find issues and problems from the territory, and to make to work on these problems in the universities as research problematic or problems or issues. So and here I show the 3 pillars: digital transformation for capacity development, research and innovation from society and local economy, and policies and guidelines for adapting AI in higher education research. There are the 3 pillars we will construct our transformation, our university transformation upon. A lot of text, but I will pass this. The first pillar is education and digital transformation. Artificial intelligence as content, as tool, as mean, as approaches, ChatGPT or other LLMs, capacity building on artificial intelligence, digital skill development for future, and knowledge sharing, smart computers, infrastructure, accelerating the AI development, etc. And a lot of ways to make this real, and particularly using virtual labs and other approaches. The second pillar is research and innovation for society and local economy. We try to work with local actors, with industrials, and and we create sometimes programs that share their problematic and our respective knowledge. And we create some local communities. We discuss with the territory, especially on, for example, urbanism, on sustainability in territory, on action plans of municipalities. The third pillar is policies and guidelines for adapting AI in higher education. And here we work on the policy, on the how we can conduct change in our institutions, and how we can make these ethical issues respected and adopted by institutions, by university, but also beyond the university. And we work also because we want that this lead to an action. So we work on action plan we organize ourselves in working groups to make this implementation concrete and real. And we work also on a white paper that will explain our approach and our actions. In our university, we try also to experiment some approaches and to adopt new ways to teach, especially teach digital technologies, and try to make the Socratic method based on discussion, on debate, possible in our university. And we are creating, and I am responsible of what we call in Morocco Code 212. It's a center of coding in a different way. People can access the center anytime and work on projects and with peer learning, peer evaluation and interactive and collaboration, and the space is open and with the culture of innovation. And we put projects from industry, from what we call in Morocco City of Innovation, the interface between the university and industry. And the students are learning and working on problems that are coming from industry, from administrations, etc. And at the same time, the center is not in the university. Is in the university, but not in faculty or we gave to this center its autonomy, not to be impacted by our classical ways, and so it's really a way to innovate and to be free from a lot of constraints. But at the same time, we try to link it to the other institutions, faculties, and colleges and schools in the university to help these entities to change and to adopt new ways to learn, to make research, to innovate. I pass directly to the recommendations, and I will be short, very short. Map University's mission with the digital transformation and technological transformation, develop a construction model between our ministry, because he has his strategy, and local university. We are inspired also from our territory, from our own problems, and adapt sustainability and efficient smart campus in partnership with, especially in particular, Huawei, because I am also the director of EIAC in Morocco, ICT Academy Support Center, and embrace and encourage AI assistant tools, virtual and other tools from artificial intelligence and digital, ensure capacity development, and experiment some AI solutions which make teachers and students with more capacity, and enhance and support the knowledge sharing between using some platforms we developed, knowledge platforms and community platforms, and advanced computing allocations and infrastructure to advance research on artificial intelligence. As a conclusion, universities face across the road either continue their traditional role or adapting to these societal and economic shifts made possible by artificial intelligence and digital, and adaptation key universities can adapt to these key these changes will prosper in France. I don't think it's and beyond knowledge, universities can evolve beyond simply storing knowledge, because nowadays we are the knowledge is created by discussing, exchanging and opinions and ideas, and disposing and having a critical thinking. And we in Africa and in Morocco, we must adapt. It was said by speaker, adapt and produce solutions, not only adopt solutions from elsewhere. And because the era we are facing is uncertain and may be difficult, but uncertainty and sometimes even difficulty are potential and can help us. In French, we say court-circuiter, donc take shorter ways to progress and to developments for Morocco and for our continent. And thank you. I can't hear you.
So, who is unavoidably absent this morning, is also caught up with an important engagement today. He has asked me to do justice to his brief notes. Your Excellencies, permit me to stand on the already established protocols for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to be part of this significant and timely one-day national dialogue themed Consensus Framework Towards Policy Guideline Roadmap to Nigeria Higher Education in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Still today, my hope is that we can create a roadmap to which effective policies guiding the use of technology in our campuses here in Nigeria can be achieved. Artificial intelligence, just as other technologies, has been created by humans, for humans, to create ease, especially in our daily repeated tasks that can be automated and achieved by machines. However, just with every other innovation, there are areas of flaws and drawbacks that must be investigated and addressed. As we already see around us, artificial intelligence is fast becoming used in improving society, fostering innovation, and creating employment. It is therefore necessary that every society that will be competitive in the 21st century needs to embrace artificial intelligence. According to Mr. Zhang, Huawei Business Unit President in 2018 said, autonomous driving and electric vehicles will transform the auto industry, which in China is already close to 16 trillion. That is about well above 2 trillion USD. Every one of us here today are stakeholders in this discourse of how to embrace artificial intelligence into our society with focus on the academia. Today, I'll be speaking on the role of enterprise like Huawei in facilitating the integration of artificial intelligence into the academia. Handshake between the academia and the industry has existed for a very long time and remain necessary. The enterprise called Huawei, as we know today, is as a result of rich research and development spanning into millions of dollars, and collaborative work done by the academia and our IT specialists. The academia, in turn, is a driver of knowledge transfer from the industry into the society. Therefore, in the topic of artificial intelligence, the enterprise plays a major role in integrating the technology into the academia. As it stands today in Nigeria, Huawei Artificial Intelligence course has become one of the most embedded courses from the Huawei Academy course content. In major top universities and on a national level for our TVET institutions, this reflects our motto at Huawei that will bring digital to every person, home, and organization for fully connected, intelligent world. This is to enable integration of the concept and core technology of artificial intelligence in all our tertiary institutions in Nigeria. In furtherance to this, we have gone ahead to create opportunities for the technologies to be participated by students and lecturers in Nigeria from the skill acquisition program called the Huawei ICT competition. In 2023, a team comprising of 3 students and 1 lecturer represented Ahmadu Bello University, Nigeria, at the global stage of the competition in Shenzhen, China. They came out with the only grand prize outside of China with their smart waste campus robots. They came out with the only grand prize outside of China and still won several other prizes. Also in 2024, this year, Huawei ICT competition, a team of 3 students and a lecturer here at Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria also came up with a crop disease detection device using artificial intelligence. They are real-life solutions. These are real-life solutions to solve problems affecting us as a country, and Huawei remains committed to encouraging such innovations in our society using AI. This is because we believe that the practical aspect of artificial intelligence is such as important as the theory. The relevance of AI teaching and learning solution in the academia cannot be overemphasized. Solutions such as smart link boards, which provide solution in hybrid learning, and smart campuses that ensure security and quick broadband in the campus, learning aids and monitoring These are platforms that tailor learning for students. The popular Chat GPT that aids learning and research needs to be embraced in all our campuses nationwide. This solution mentioned above shows that the academia in Nigeria can no longer remain analog or reluctant in the embrace of digital technology like artificial intelligence and integrating in the learning space. Our students are fast embracing it. Teachers, regulators, and school management need to catch up in this regard. While we acknowledge that there are challenges in digitalization of technologies, such as artificial intelligence, that are being addressed today, we cannot ignore or deny that this technology has come to stay and will continue to evolve. It should therefore be the responsibility of our stakeholders from the academia to the enterprise in the collaborating through platform like this one, the national discourse, to come up with policies and frameworks on the technology to be implemented, used in our campuses and learning environments. We would like to thank the academia here, the academics here in Nigeria, for believing in the partnership with Huawei, because we believe in bringing technologies like artificial intelligence and other to academia. Our commitment to this belief led us to sign MOUs with the major educational regulatory bodies in a bid to spur technology advancement in Nigeria through the academia. Also, to regulatory bodies, it is our hope that you can think on what you hear in this meeting today and be led to show even more support towards ensuring technological advancement in higher education learning in Nigeria and the teaching in the area of research and innovations, all in a bid to improve the educational quality in Nigeria. Furthermore, to the noteworthy educational institution well represented here today, we say thank you for taking your time out from your busy schedules to meet and have this roundtable discussion on what is most important to us all, which is advancing the frontier of education in Nigeria. Yes, we can do it, and yes, we can do it together. In light of this, I would like to state that Huawei will remain committed to advancing the frontiers of education here in Nigeria, especially in the area of artificial intelligence. With years of experience in the technological sphere, we are committed to providing the academia with industry standard knowledge that can be exposed to the Nigerian students. In conclusion, it is our strong hope at Huawei and believe that through this meeting, some exceptional ideas and decisions will be born, setting higher education standards, building alliance, and promoting the value of education in Nigeria. Again, I wish to thank everyone for taking their time out to come out for this event. Enjoy the rest of the event. God bless. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, the Managing Director of Huawei Nigeria. We appreciate your paper. Thank you so much. We'll move quickly to take Professor Tanko Ishai, the VC Unijust. I just want to apologize to the representatives of the CEO at the NUC, NBT, and National Commission for Colleges of Education. We will revert to you as soon as the VC University of Justice is done. It's just that we are differently circumstanced, not that we didn't understand the question of hierarchy everywhere. I apologize. Thank you so much, Professor Ijaya. Please put your hands together for him. You now have 5 minutes each. 5 minutes each. I'm directed to tell you 5 minutes each. Thank you, sir.
What about the prize? I thought the prize is for 10 minutes. Thank you very much. I had prepared a 10 minutes presentation. Now they said it's going to be 5 minutes. And I was determined to win the prize for the 10 minutes. So they have shifted the goalpost now in the middle of the game. But anyway, let me appreciate the organizers, particularly ABU Zaria, for giving me this privilege to come and say a few words, because based on the 5 minutes approach, it's actually going to be a few words. And I don't want to delay people here. So my time starts now. Yeah, I think we've been talking about AI. Perhaps majority of us really try to grapple with the meaning of what AI is all about. I want to take these two things to just clarify. There are two approaches. There is the human approach and there's the ideal approach. The human approach means that systems think like humans. The human approach means that systems act like humans. The ideal approach is where systems think rationally and where systems actually act rationally. That's the way I define AI. Hello? So when we are talking about AI, we're actually talking about the systems that think rationally. And when we talk about rationality, we're talking about logic, right? So AI, actually, when you look at it, we'll be talking about the adopting and integrating AI in higher education. AI has been integrated and adopted in higher education for decades. Think about the 1950s when Alan Turing, Can Machines Think? When it started. And it worked through to John McCarthy in AI, to Mach 1, perception of IBM's deep blue thinking, deep minds, and so on and so forth, to now where we are actually seeing the rise of generative AI, such as the ChatGPT, now that has been released to the public. So AI actually has been and started from the academia, from higher education. It is only when it has been released to the public that we are beginning to see, oh yes, how do we really apply AI? So the main thing that AI actually tried to address are some of the characteristics that it has, in addition to the way it actually thinks, is intentionality, intelligence, and adaptability. I wish the VC of Open University was here, because he talked about peculiarities, but there is also the characteristics of adaptability as far as AI is concerned. Certainly, AI in education can do a lot of things, or has been doing a lot of things. What we have seen, particularly in the sub-Saharan Africa, is that the adoption of AI has been very slow. Some of the things that AI can do, of course, I've mentioned them before, the previous speakers. The one thing is that of the personalized and customized learning. We have a model of learning that we believe that one cap fits all. When I go to the classroom, I have a kind of a belief that everybody I'm talking to learn the same, which is not true. There are different ways that individuals learn. based on our personality traits. AI has the capacity and the capability to identify those personality traits and be able to tailor material, to tailor teaching resources in a more customized and a more personalized basis. Of course, we talk about quick response. I think when you look at it here in Nigeria, one of the things that I would say is that we have a lot of challenges. One challenge that we have here in Nigeria is that we have large classrooms. And frankly speaking, VCMU can agree with me, and most of the lecturers here. It becomes very, very difficult for me to have a personalized discussion with a student where I have 5,000 students to teach. In fact, it becomes very difficult to even know the students. This is where AI can be applied. Because when we do, we'll be able to now have a personalized of understanding. We don't have facilities, we don't have laboratories. This is where also we can apply, artificial intelligence in terms of the creation of virtual laboratories, where students can actually have access to the labs that more or less are non-existent in our higher educational institution. We can say a lot of it, but I think one point I just want to indicate is that higher education have been the developer of AI. Now to say that we need to adopt is that we have no option. It's either that we adopt AI or AI can adopt us. So those are some of the key things that I want to say before quickly going to the challenges. The challenges in terms of infrastructure, in terms of curriculum, in terms of capacity, I can take 2 hours to talk about them. But I have only 2 minutes left. Look, I'm working on the minutes and I must bring that first. One of the main challenges that we actually have in Nigerian higher institutions is lack of basic infrastructure. We don't have the infrastructure. And what are we talking about the infrastructure? We are talking about the compute power, we are talking about connectivity, we are talking about power supply. In fact, the basic thing is even power supply. Maybe I don't know whether your light still has been restored, because mine has been, they've disconnected my light in the university. So those are some of the main challenges. I can't operate without the basic things, power. I can't remember how many of my lecturers that can be proud of having computer systems, to be able to work on this, let alone the students. So these are some of the challenges, basic things, regulatory framework. My university, before coming back to Nigeria, University of Hull, I just looked at it, my department, computer science, where I left. I just looked at it and I discovered that they had invested 4.5 million pounds to create a center for data science, artificial intelligence, and modeling. That's just one department in the university. How many universities in Nigeria can do that? That's about 9 billion naira or thereabout, or 10 billion naira. Where do we have the resources? So I think as a country, we need to really begin to think on, if we are serious about the adoption and really developing artificial intelligence applications, we must invest in the basic infrastructure, basic facility, and basic, so that we can be able to develop basic services. We have the curriculum, of course. There are a lot of things as far as the curriculum is concerned, the challenges. We have a thinking that the curriculum, the mathematics curriculum that we have 30, 40 years ago, some of our lecturers are still carrying those notes. That they are thinking that those are the notes that they must deliver to the students. Hello, the students have more than that. So we must be able to release ourselves. And that means not only the curriculum, that also means that we must, one of the challenges is how do we actually do learning design? How do we design learning in a way that it can be used by AI? Because The functionality of AI depends on data. And that's one of the things that we need to look at. Capacity training, capacity development challenges. Clearly, there are shortages of skills. I learned someone who was saying that we don't have a shortage of skills. There is a shortage of skills. Clearly, it's not just about looking at algorithms out there. When you go to universities and look at the proportion of those that even use PowerPoint slides for their lecture, you will see that the proportion is very little. Let alone going to download, an algorithm and compiling it and doing so. So there is capacity development, even for students and for staff. And MC, I have just 5 seconds. And the one thing that I want to say is that we must adopt AI, otherwise AI is going to adopt us. It's a technology that has been developing, it will continue to develop. And whether we be part of the train, if we want, we can be part of the train. Otherwise, the train can go and leave us behind. Thank you very much, and that's my 10 minutes.
Please, one more is that for us. I was enthusiastic that Professor Tanko Ishaya would take the prize. Unfortunately, he is seated by some seconds. But that's good. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you, sir. Now, is the representative of Mr. Chris Mayaki, acting ES of NUC here? Is it? Oh, okay, I see. All right, so, oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have the paper? Thank you. I need the representative of Professor Idris Bugaje of National Board for Technical Education to get ready, and then after that, we will take the representative of the Executive Secretary of National Commission for Quality of Education. In that order, please. Thank you. And then we'll have Mr. Idris Musa, who is here represented by. My apologies. We'll run this quickly. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So, do we have? Thank you, madam. Please put your hand together for us. She's bringing the current set of men coming here. Please, one more round of applause, please.
Thank you very much. It has not started counting. Okay. Good afternoon. The Vice Chancellor, Ahmadu Bello University, all protocols duly observed. Good afternoon, my colleagues from National Universities Commission. We have quite large number of my colleagues here. Just wait so that they will see us. And we came very early. Thank you very much. This afternoon, I'm here on behalf of our Chief Executive, Mr. Chris Mayaki, the Acting Executive Secretary of National Universities Commission, who is unavoidably absent. And he also sent the Deputy Executive Secretary Academic, Dr. Salim, that had to leave a few minutes ago. So here, I have no choice than to stand in for them. Thank you very much. Our role here today is policy direction on introduction of AI in teaching, learning, and research in Nigeria. There have been so many definitions for AI. I will not take much of our time so that I can meet up the 5 minutes. Let's move. So many definitions, but notwithstanding, as every speaker has been saying, AI has its good, the bad, and the ugly. And there have been so many warnings on AI. Warnings from people like Elon Musk, and he said AI is one of the biggest threats to humanity. Likewise, the Pope, and likewise the President of the US, Biden, said, as leaders from government, civil society, and the private sector, I believe we have a moral, ethical, and societal duty to make sure that AI is adopted and advanced in a way that it protects the public from potential harm and ensure that everyone is able to enjoy its benefits. And this implies that AI has its benefits, it has its ugly parts, positive impacts, and negative impacts. And just like it was said earlier, the most important thing is it is good, but notwithstanding, there's need to actually regulate and have a framework for this. And part of the positive impacts, especially within the university system in Nigeria, is that it's just like it was said by the Vice Chancellor of National Open University of Nigeria, it enhanced personalized support for teachers at school. The population in universities are increasing, in our higher institutions are increasing. We cannot continue to be one in classroom teaching the students. Therefore, there is need, and AI will be so impactful and beneficial. And also, AI offers the opportunity to tailor learning to the unique needs of students, ensuring that learners are able to receive education at their pace and at the level of their competence. And that is where the education is tailoring into learners' focus, learners' sensitive quality teaching. Also, impact is changing what is important for learners. You see, now, before learners, I remember when I was in secondary school, when we want to do calculation, we use log table. You start calculating, you start subtracting, then you minus. How many of our children nowadays knows log table? And the use of AI actually provide learners with some time to focus on what is important and needs for critical thinking. And that's why we see now that even in JAM, they have their calculator to use so that they can focus and concentrate on other things. Also, just like I said earlier, changing on what is important for learners. Also, AI tools have been very useful in collaborative research. You cannot overemphasize the importance of AI in our education system. And just like I said earlier, it has its good, the bad, and the ugly parts. Negative impact. AI depends on technology infrastructure. And for now in Nigeria, we are a limited resource country. And the more the AI, it will be more concentrated in the urban centers. What happens to those in rural centers so that they will not lag behind at all? So there's need for improvement in the infrastructure so that we will all benefit and enjoy the AI impact. Also, aside from there is likelihood of displacement of education. And it was one of the challenges that was pointed out by the Vice Chancellor, that now that emotional attachment of students to learning, that area for now has not been able to be covered. But notwithstanding, we cannot throw the bath water with the baby. So it's such a wonderful thing to actually take it. And also in the area of safety, data safety and protection, just like you mentioned too. Those are negative impacts. And sometimes the model generated can be actually harmful. There was one particular example in which ChatGPT was used, and it brought out some very offensive answer. Stuff like somebody mentioned that, for example, chemistry teachers or students, By the time they use AI to answer, you will just see that all over, almost all of them will say something. Something will be common to all of them. And sometimes the side might not be so positive. What is the way forward? There is urgent need to develop a framework, and just like it has been agreed upon, framework to guide the evolution of AI, especially in tertiary education. And this is of concern to us and even the university system. And there's also need for multi-stakeholder collaboration to draw up the framework. And also on the microcredit too. That is one major area. I know it was mentioned, it's outside this a bit. The qualification framework in Nigeria, and NUC is so central to this. We have not in the micro credentials total. And that you can make use of micro credentials that will not need e-learning, AI, and all this technology. So Nigeria and National Universities Commission have identified this ahead, and this led to the creation of a qualification framework division in the Directorate of Academic Planning. And with time, all the directorates will work together to bring out more and to infuse micro credentials and credit transfer into our system. Who are the stakeholders? We have the government, just like we are here today. We have the NICTA, the ONSA, the NUC, the NCC. The non-governmental organizations, we have the UNESCO, as we are here. And we have the International Institute of Online Education. All of us need to work together to ensure that we embrace these developments. Efforts were made in Nigeria, and it was mentioned earlier, there is National Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. What are the recommendations for framework on artificial intelligence in tertiary institutions? And assess there's need for assessment of Nigeria's strategic priorities, strengths, and weaknesses. All universities need to work on their strategic plan. This is so important, and it's being supported and encouraged by NUC with a lot of capacity building in this area. And alignment with international human-centered AI policy framework on higher education. This is part of it, national dialogue to enrich the policies that is at draft level, and prioritizing local AI and ensuring a transparent procurement process for AI system abroad. In conclusion, NUC is always available. There is need for collaboration, stakeholders, and we all need to join our hands to ensure that we cooperate for growth, safety, preservation of a quality tertiary education in Nigeria being promoted by AI. Thank you very much.
Yes. So it was a fantastic presentation. I actually thought that you will win the prize, ma.
I did.
But you tried. Thank you. Please put your hands together for hygiene. This is to take the executive secretary of NBT, who is represented here. He will be speaking on AI and technical education and training. Please put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The Vice Chancellor of Ahmadu Bello University Zaria, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol. I'm here this afternoon to present the keynote speech, not a presentation, but the keynote speech of the Executive Secretary of National Board for Technical Education, Professor Idris Muhammad, who is unavoidably absent. The keynote speech is on the application of AI in technical education and training. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to stand before you today as we explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in the realm of technical education and training. As the Executive Secretary of the National Board for Technical Education in Nigeria, I'm actively aware of the pivotal role that AI can play in shaping our educational landscape. AI is not just a technological advancement, it's a catalyst for change, innovation, and progress. In the context of technical education, AI serves as a bridge between theoretical knowledge and practical application. It offers personalized learning experiences, adapt to individual strength needs, and provide real-time feedback, thereby revolutionizing the traditional classroom setting. Imagine a world where virtual laboratories powered by AI allow students to conduct experiments without the constraint of physical resources. Picture an environment where AI-driven simulations create immersive learning scenarios that prepare students for real-world challenges. This is not a distant dream, but a tangible reality that AI brings to our doorstep. Moreover, AI in technical education extends beyond the classroom. It encompasses the entire educational ecosystem, including curriculum development, teacher training, and assessment methods. By harnessing the power of data analytics, AI can identify skill gaps, pick industry trends, and tailor educational programs to meet evolving demands of the job market. However, the integration of AI into technical education is not without its challenges. We must address concerns related to ethics, privacy, and the digital divide. It is imperative that we develop robust frameworks to ensure that AI is used responsibly and that all students have equitable access to this advanced tool. As we stand at the cusp of the fourth industrial revolution, Industry 4.0, let us embrace AI as an enabler of inclusive and sustainable development. Let us equip our students with the skills and knowledge to thrive in an AI-driven future. And let us work collaboratively to ensure that AI serves as a force for good, enhancing the quality of technical education and training for generations to come. In conclusion, the application of AI in technical education is not merely an option. It is an imperative. As educators, policymakers, and stakeholders, we have the responsibility to harness the power of AI to unlock the full potential of our students and our nation. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions that will follow. Professor Idris Muhammad, Executive Secretary, National Board for Technical Education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Let's have the representative of the Executive Secretary of National Commission for Colleges of Education. Please put your hands together for Mr. Fayos. Everybody. Yes. Thank
you very much. The Vice Chancellor of Amanda University, Honorable Vice Chancellor that are here today, colleagues, good afternoon. My chief executive ought to be here, but today is a very busy day, almost about 3 to 5 meetings. So he has asked me to represent him today. So I'm standing here on behalf of the Executive Secretary of the NCCE, Professor Paul Nsijidekwele, to present his keynote speech. Now, the keynote speech is on development of AI-centric curriculum for vocational education and training in Nigeria. Introduction. The rapid advancement of AI is changing industries and reshaping the workforce. Recognizing the transformative potential of AI, therefore, is a pressing need to integrate AI education into vocational education and training programs. This paper explores the significance of developing AI-centric curricula tailored to Nigeria's VTE context, encompassing definitions, curriculum components, implementation strategies, and potential benefits. Here today, we have various definitions of AI. In simple terms, the simulation of human intelligence processes by machines, typically computer systems. It's also a range of technologies, such as machine learning, natural language processing, like the large language model, and robotics, aimed at enabling machines to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence. Then, in my own simple definition, AI is bringing together of algorithms, data, and machines. The focus of VTE in Nigeria is to equip individuals with practical skills and knowledge relevant to specific occupations, to prepare students for employment in various sectors, such as agriculture, healthcare, technology, and the hospitality industry. Why AI-centric curriculum? Yes, AI-centric curriculum for VTE involves creating educational programs that equip learners with the knowledge and skills required to work with artificial intelligence technologies. Such programs should consider the needs of the industry, to consider the capabilities of the learner. So in such a case, we have to aggregate the program right from introduction to a higher level of AI. Rapid pace of the technical change should also be considered. What are the components of AI-centric curriculum? What are the focus? First, should be talking about the foundational AI concepts, which introduce students to basic AI principles, algorithms, and applications relevant to vocational fields. Industry-specific application is required. How to tailor AI education to meet the needs of Nigerian industries, such as agriculture, healthcare, management, fintech. Fintech means the financial industry and logistics. Ethical considerations and societal impact. Discuss ethical implications of AI technologies, including issues of bias, privacy, concerns, and the socio-economic impact of AI on Nigeria communities. Fourthly, hands-on projects and case studies to be part of such curriculum. Engage students in practical projects where they apply AI techniques to solve real-world problems relevant to Nigeria context. Yes, we need to collaborate with the industry partners, like we have in this program today, seeing the industry coming in. Yes, we have to establish partnerships with Nigeria businesses, startups, and governmental organizations that are actively using AI. What are the implementation strategies? We have to build capacity. I'm talking about it today from these discussions. We have to provide training and professional development opportunities for VT educators to enhance their AI knowledge and teaching skills. Infrastructure development. This is also key. We need to invest in AI labs equipped with necessary hardware, software and internet connectivity to support hands-on learning experiences. Then the curriculum, which is the core, continuously update the curricula to incorporate emerging AI technologies, industry feedbacks, and global best practices. Then the private partnership, public-private partnership is also key in this area. Suggested core topics in the AI-centric curricula. Yes, we need to have introduction to AI, data science for the methods, machine learning, AI tools and platforms, domain-specific application, and ethics and safety. What will be the instructional methods that we incorporate into the various curriculum or curricula? Yes, blended learning, combine online and in-person instruction to provide flexibility and accessibility. Project-based learning, use real-world projects to apply theoretical knowledge. Interactive labs, which provide simulated environments and AI labs for practical experiences. Also, in the methods, we need collaborative learning, encourage teamwork and collaboration through group projects and peer learning. In the source curriculum, what will be the assessment method and certification? This is also key if we are to develop curriculum for this. Continuous assessment should implement regular quizzes, assignments, and practical tests to monitor progress. Capstone projects, projects that are specific, that are practical in nature, should be included. This requires students to complete a comprehensive project that demonstrates their understanding and skills. Then for certification, when they graduate, do they just go? No. We should offer industry-recognized certification upon successful completion of the program. The benefit of AI education in Nigerian VTE. To enhance employability, it is necessary to equip the Nigerian VTE graduates with AI skills that are in demand across diverse industries, thereby increasing their job prospects and earning potentials. Innovation and entrepreneurship. Nurture a culture of innovation among Nigerian youth by empowering them to develop AI-driven solutions to local challenges. Economic growth. Global competitiveness is also there as part of the benefits of AI education. What are the challenges? Some of us in this house today, we have seen some of the challenges: infrastructure limitations, lack of qualified teachers or instructors or expertise, curriculum relevance. Curriculum has to be relevant to AI, which is not there. Access to learning resources, then cultural perceptions and awareness. What are the way forward? Yes. Collaboration with industry is key. Capacity building for educators. We have to build their capacity. Some of them, even presently, some of them cannot even use PowerPoint in order to present their lectures. So we need to build their capacity. Integration of practical projects into the curriculum. Adaptive and scalable curriculum design has to be done. Then also the aim of this particular conference or gathering today is to develop a framework for policy. Therefore, policy support and funding will be necessary. In conclusion, integrating AI education into vocational education and training in Nigeria is imperative for preparing the workforce of tomorrow. By developing AI-centric curricula that are comprehensive, practical, and culturally relevant, Nigerian educational institutions can ensure that graduates are equipped to harness the opportunities presented by AI. Embracing AI in VT not only supports individual career advancement, but also contributes to national development goals, paving the way for a prosperous and technologically empowered future for Nigeria. By addressing these challenges I've mentioned above and implementing these solutions, Nigeria can effectively develop AI-centric curricula for vocational education and training, preparing students for the future job markets and technological advancements in AI. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, we will be tidying up some gradually. So we have a presentation from Oando, then we'll take Galaxy Backbone, and then we'll take a student who is an enthusiast of AI, and we take vote of thanks. Once we go for lunch, we'll just disperse from there. So we're almost getting to, yeah. So please permit me to introduce Mr. Oyeni, who is the head of IT at Oando, representing Mr. Idris Musa, who is the GM, IT and Asset Integrity at Oando PLC. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I will just stand on the existing protocol, like the should I say coordinator just mentioned. My name is Shegun Oyeni. I'll be presenting this on behalf of my GM, Idris Musa, the GM for Information Technology and Asset Integrity for Oando PLC, who is unable to attend this meeting because he had some other external events. So because our time is already past, I will try to take a different approach to this. I will just say two short stories and take some pieces of implementation that I have here. And the first story, this is a life story that was told me, somebody told me this story some years back, talking about employability. This man is a professional mechanic. He specialized in repairing a particular brand of vehicle called Citroen. I don't know how many of you know Citroen. Oh, great. Okay, so Citroen DC model. In the early 80s, it was a prestigious vehicle. One of the characteristics of that vehicle is that when it is parked, it has a way it comes down, and it's said to be able to run on 3 wheels in an emergency. Now, this guy is proficient with the management of this type of vehicle. His base was in Lagos. Almost everyone that used Citroen in Lagos go to him for repairs. Now, over the years, because of economic changes in the country and all of that, that vehicle was no longer being imported into Nigeria. And as time passed, nobody was buying new Citroen. It was only those that have Citroen, they will come to him to fix. So at some point, his workshop became the graveyard for all the Citroen. The person telling me the story said he inherited this Citroen of his father. He used to go to him because he can't find spare part anywhere else. When he had any issue with his car, he will go to him to look for. So they cannibalize different Citroens to get him spare. After a while, the guy now also know how to fix the vehicle. So most of the time, he doesn't go to that man anymore. He will only go to him to look for, do you have this carburetor? Do you have this? Then he said, some years down the line, he went to the workshop and he asked for the guy. Where is James? He said, James have gone back to the village. you know what happened? Nobody was driving Citroen anymore. All the Citroen have gone off the road. The guy did not upgrade his skill. He didn't learn to repair any other kind of vehicle. So at some point, he became unemployable. Okay? So today we are talking about employability content in the era of AI. And this simply is talking about you having the capability to hold on or acquire employment in this fast-changing economy. You know, some years back, there are some type of job you find everywhere. Have you ever heard of typists before? The word typist. Those used to be jobs, right? Then they became confidential secretaries. You know, they are confidential secretaries. Those were jobs. How many of them do you find around today? The job place is changing. Now, today we speak about engineers, lawyers, doctors. Some of these jobs, there are predictions out there that says in a few years, because today you already have some robotics, you have models that have been designed that can give better medical diagnostic than humans, right? You have large language models that have been designed that can give better legal counsel because they are faster. All they will do is they are able to check all the judgments that have been given since 1948, and they will give you the best of counsel within seconds. So, how do the young people coming out of the universities at this time and those that are already at the job place remain competitive? It means there is a need to change. Okay? Now, one of the things we try to do in Owando is we provide opportunities. You know, this program that we have in our learning program, the CWES, that is the Student Industrial Training Program. It's one of the ways that we as an organization have been helping to develop skills that students need immediately they come out of the school. You know, today, and I'm glad some of the comments that have been made here today, especially the last presentation, was talking about developing curriculum that is fitting for today and the future. Because the curriculum that we have now, many of them are just developing people that have theoretical knowledge, right? But that are not prepared for the workplace. And what is required into the future is the capability to be ready, that ability, those skills, those traits that are required to become useful, to become champions at the workplace immediately after school. We get students that come in, they do 3 months, they do 6 months, some do less, and we try to give them the environment of what the workplace looks like. We give them the experience that they need to be able to form their own judgment. Some of them, after the 6 months, say, oh, this is what I'm going to do after school. They are already studying a course, right? Many of them, of course, may be IT related. But at the end of that 3 months or 6 months, they now have formed an opinion of the branch of IT they want to work in, right? Not just becoming an IT specialist for the sake of it. All right, so I'll just take a few parts of my presentation. Please go to the slide 4. All right, so we spoke about this already, the changing job market. Now, in the past, it used to just be you graduate from school, you do your NYSC, then maybe in your workplace, you are even sent on a training after a while. But all of those are not happening anymore. What you have now is that you must come into the job market ready to run. So you have many organizations now automating repetitive work. So nobody is going to take somebody that is going to be a clerk. Nobody is looking for somebody that will be someone that will just take records or that will be doing repetitive work of keeping, even bookkeeping, okay? Because all of this routine work are getting automated. So what that means is, you know, one of the, I think it's the Vice Chancellor from University of Georgia said, the emotional bit of learning. So those jobs that also require intellectual or some nuances that is not the routine is the kind of job that will then become more elevated in the future. So you will see that there is a shifting landscape. The demand for skill is no longer the routine, and they will not be. In fact, you know, the comment by Elon Musk said AI is probably the Waterloo of mankind. Because imagine that during the era of the second industrial revolution or the third one, if you ask somebody then that what kind of jobs will people be doing in the year 2024, you'll probably not be able to say it. You know, just like if I ask you here now and say, what kind of jobs do you think will become more prevalent by the year 2030 or by the year 2035? You'll probably not be able to say it clearly. But one thing is clear, they will not be the normal works that you have today. There will be changes. You may not know exactly the type of jobs, but there will definitely be things that will not be business as usual. All right. What are the impacts of AI in the different job space? Today, like I said, a lot of things are being automated already. Whether it is in manufacturing, whether it is in customer service. In the past, it used to be only humans that you have in customer center. But today, when you go, all you need to do is follow some steps. Some will say, it will tell you if it is support for account creation, press 1, you know, stuff like that. Now, at some point in the future, it won't even be a human being doing that anymore at all. Where people are also afraid that will AI take away jobs, as AI is coming up, there are also new kind of jobs that are being created. You know, in the past, it is not so popular to hear about prompt engineering. I'm sure that is not even a word that was anywhere 3 or 4, 5 years ago. But those are the things that are coming into the future. Now you hearing about yes, they've been data scientists, but the job is becoming more prominent now. You hear about data engineers. Those were not what you had about maybe some 4 or 5 years down in the past. Okay, so, and then you begin to see new skills are being promoted. Now you're talking about creativity. You're talking about, imagine, the people that make the most money today in the world are not people that are doing maybe the routine kind of work. You hear somebody say he's creating content on the internet and he's earning the kind of money that his father, that is a medical doctor, never earned in his entire 20 years of work. But all this guy does is to go somewhere on the street. In fact, I saw one some days ago. All he does is to put a plate with maybe macaroni or something inside. He will take a minute, run away, come back. And I'm saying, but this guy will tell you at the end of every month, he's earning so much from people that just watch. You know, we all hold our phones and we are looking at those pictures and somebody is collecting the money. Now, that is the job the guy is doing. But some years ago, you won't think that that is work. Okay? All right? So what are the components of employability quotient? That is on slide 6. First is adaptability, the willingness to change. I mean, you know, we are talking now, some years back, the guy in Lagos that lost his job and lost his customers, had to go back to the village, was because he refused to change. There were new kinds of vehicles coming into the country. He was seeing Toyota, he was seeing different other brands, but the guy stuck to Citroën. And after a while, nobody was driving Citroën anymore. So adaptability and continuous learning. Imagine if the guy, when he began to see Toyota coming, went to go back 4 hours out of his work schedule, began to go and learn how to fix Toyota, he'll probably still be in business today. All right? Communication and collaboration. So now with internet, this has become a lot more easier. You can collaborate, learn what other people are doing, what is trending, what is the new initiative. I'm saying this because I believe we have people in here that have, you know, the academias, and this we can begin to introduce in our delivery curriculum. Then creativity and problem solving, you know, innovative thinking. There are solutions that people bring out to address age-long problems. And they are simple. In some cases, so simple that you begin to wonder, why didn't I think of this? And that is how they deliver that. And before you know it, it becomes a trigger point for them. Then the era of that we live in is also the era of emotional intelligence and empathy. This has become so pronounced. I mean, so much more that even in IT software development, empathy is being introduced, because it is not just delivering solutions to people, but ensuring that they are delivered with the people in mind. All right? What are strategies for building employability? Like I said earlier, just embrace lifelong learning. It is learning and unlearning and relearning and learning new things. So don't think that you are too old to learn new things. You just have to continue to learn, because again, that is how to remain relevant. All right? Develop hybrid skills. Now, what we call those core skills will not be enough again. You will need to augment them with so many of the soft skills. It will just be a combination of both that will make or keep you relevant. So you are an engineer, but imagine an engineer that can also add into it a lot of creative thinking, so that in his design or solution, he is bringing forward solutions that are adaptable. Okay? You also need to create strong alliances, network, connect with people globally to know what is happening. Okay, so in rounding up, I will tell another story. There was an experiment that was conducted. 50 people were brought into a room. They were students. A school was done conducting a test. And it was set like an exam setting. It's just that there were no questions. But on the 50 desks that were set up, there was one plain white paper, just a plain sheet. But on every of the desks, there is one pen, one pencil, a scissor, some painting ink, okay? You know, all of that was placed on each of the table. And every one of them was then asked to use the implement they see in there to create something. Now, some of them took the paper and a pencil and were able to, just draw some stuff. Some other of them take a pen and was able to write some lovely stories, some a very impressive, letter. Some other took scissors, and with the scissors, they were able to cut that plain sheet into some design, and they painted it. Some others took the same, the painting pen, and were able to do some watermark drawing. However, some of them that came into the room couldn't do anything. They said there was nothing to do here. Now, don't one of those that cannot do anything. Remember, they were all, every one of them was able to do something, a majority of them rather. Some, the person that took the pen to write a story was using his mind to do something. The one that took the pencil and was able to draw, somebody would say, oh, but not everybody have those traits. But you can write. And that is why, like I said, you must develop these traits, because these are the traits, these are the capabilities and skills that will keep you relevant into the future. Thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, so there is a further review of the process here. So we'll just take Galaxy Backbone and then we'll take the vote of thanks. Is the representative of Galaxy Backbone? Okay, please put your hands together for him.
Good afternoon, everyone. Olariwaju Adebayo is my name, the head of Digital Skill Development, Galaxy Backbone. And here with me is the group head of RD sent on behalf of Professor Ibrahim Adeyanshu, And I have a simple task for the next 2 minutes. It's just to deliver the speech of my head. And we would have loved to be here, but currently somewhere engaged with the minister. And the speech is all about securing data, content, assessments in higher education, teaching, learning, and research in the era of artificial intelligence. I'm sure many speakers spoke a whole lot about ensuring, the data and content are secured. So, on established protocols, so I want to go into the speech introduction. It is with the great honor and the privilege that I join the conversation about this trending and the topical issue of AI in higher education. Undoubtedly, education worldwide is at a crossroads, but more importantly, in Nigeria, education is not only at a crossroads, but declining the speed of thoughts. Perhaps the adoption of artificial intelligence will come to the rescue. Without prejudice, the rise of AI in higher education has presented and is still presenting several transformative opportunities, unprecedented, but at the same time raising concerns. Like any other facet of human enterprise, AI is promising a rapid revolution in teaching, learning, and research, and the need for its immediate adoption and the adaptation is more pressing than ever. AI is already personalizing learning, automating administrative tasks, and accelerating research activities in higher education. However, the potential of AI is intertwined with critical security, safety, and ethical challenges. I'm so proud of Galaxy Backbone about our data center. the 4 data center in Kano, the 3 data center in Abuja for secure because data is assets. So I think with this, it can seriously help us in addressing the challenges around the data. We must tap into its opportunities while addressing its concerns. We should be conscious of the numerous adverse and the unintended consequences of AI and the potential AI divide, which can leave behind the developing world. In other words, it is our responsibility to continuously ensure that AI is a tool that facilitates rather than subverts efforts to ensure the universal provision of inclusive, equitable, and human-centered public education. This is not just a goal, but a mission that we must urgently pursue. Let me address this topic by examining 3 critical perspectives: opportunities, challenges, and complexities. The intersection of these 3 elements will shape AI's competitive landscape in higher education. This signifies that effectively implementing AI in higher education requires simultaneous and proportional consideration of the intricacies of each element. Conversely, it demands careful exploration of the benefit and potential force. We must remember that the use of AI in education is valuable in various ways, but it also calls for hypervigilance in monitoring its advancement and overall role in the education sector. This is an ongoing responsibility that we must not overlook. Opportunity. The potential installation of AI in education to amplify learning, support educators, and facilitate more efficient, personalized instruction in both exhilarating and formidable. To engage in a meaningful discussion about AI in education is crucial to move beyond fictional scenarios of computers and robots taking over the role of teachers. We should focus on the potential benefit of integrating AI while preserving the essential human element in education. We can consider 5 intriguing potential points of integrating AI in education. 1, tutoring. AI systems have the capability to evaluate a student's unique learning style and current knowledge to deliver tailored assistance and guidance. Personalization. Educators can find it doubting to address the diverse learning needs of every student in a classroom. AI system excel is personalized instruction by effortlessly tailoring learning content to accommodate individual students' strengths and weaknesses. Grading. I think the VC of the National University really spoke much about this today. Grading. Interestingly, AI can assist in grading exams using an answer key, compiling data on student performance, and even evaluating more abstract assessments such as essays. Integrating AI tools and technologies can introduce automation and bridge the knowledge gaps in most grading systems. Feedback on course quality. AI can assist in providing feedback. For example, if many students answer a question incorrectly, AI can pinpoint the specific information or concepts that students are missing. This allows educators to make targeted improvements in approach and content. Research, innovation, and development. Artificial intelligence has emerged as a powerful tool that students, researchers, and scholars can leverage to accelerate and advance study inquiry. Incredibly, AI tools can be used at every step of the research study, from combined through relevant literature to identifying potential target articles and making unique suggestions for a research problem space. Undoubtedly, AI has emerged as a powerful mechanism to enhance research activities, improve data quality, communicate findings more effectively, and publish results with minimal interruptions. The gains are the rapidly evolving landscape of AI and its potential to advance knowledge, research, and scholarly work by minimizing time and resources and tackling more complex problems. Still, it does not replace cogent reasoning and critical thinking during research processes. Consequently, it is essential to use AI responsibly, understand its limitations, be aware of ethics, policies, and guiding principles that apply to AI tools, and guarantee that human expertise remains at the core of the research process. Okay, the challenges. AI adoption or deployment. AI adoption or deployment in the educational sector is a two-edged sword. The benefits and the advantages are void of critical challenges that span ethical issues, privacy, security, safety, and trust. Some of the challenges can be subsumed as follows. Data confidentiality. Students' data, including grades, assignments, and personal identifying information, can be susceptible to data breaches. AI systems that collect and analyze this data must be secure against breaches and unauthorized access. Data anonymization techniques can be helpful, but AI models can sometimes be exploited to re-identify individuals. Content integrity. The proliferation of AI-powered content generation tools raises concern about plagiarism and academic dishonesty. Students may use these tools to create essays, code, or other forms of work without proper attribution. Deepfakes and other synthetic media forms could be used to manipulate education materials or impersonate faculty. Assessment validity. AI-powered tool can personalize assessment and provide real-time feedback. However, these tools can be vulnerable to being gained by students exploit weaknesses in the algorithm. Students over reliance on automated assessments might neglect the development of critical thinking and problem-solving skills, endangering teaching and learning. Additionally, AI tools can cause students to lose their creativity and originality. AI is based on input and existing research knowledge. PhD students essentially requires ingenuity, creativity, and critical thinking. Complexity. Notwithstanding AI's gains, it introduces numerous complexity at different layers and degrees. First, AI relies on relevant huge data sets to operate its algorithms and models intricately. This database may not be localized, resulting in false positives. Second, AI can be weaponized and become an arsenal that opponents can leverage to degrade and dissemblate opponents. There is globally endorsed policy and standard for the reasonable use of AI in education. Entities and developing policy frameworks and standards to maintain relevance in adopting AI. Specific to the academia, their complexity in one, fact-check content generated by AI tools, as it may not always be accurate due to the inconsequential nature of data sets that may not be localized. Users may fall into the notorious copy-pasting syndrome, which can lead to suspicious AI-generated text or data, as it may sometimes result in plagiarism. Using AI tools to edit original content and structure it for target publishers may be more effective than relying solely on AI to write the entire manuscripts. At this junction, you may agree that the conversation will not be complete without suggesting for overcoming the challenges and the complexities. Some of the remediations are as follows. Policy framework, we've mentioned that today. The academia should develop a uniform policy framework that governs the use of AI in education institutions. This framework should address the concerns already raised and ensure the responsibility use of AI for productivity and effectiveness in advancing education. The policy should address ethical issues and the degree and the level of responsible usage, amongst other relevant issues. Data governance. Institutions must develop robust structures and strategies by defining the intricate data ownership, accessibility, and retention issues. They must redesign assessment approach. We need to redesign assessment approach to caution against the misuse or abuse of AI in carrying out assessment. This may entail moving beyond multiple choice questions toward assessment that emphasize critical thinking and require students to demonstrate understanding. Then research, innovation, and development. Every advancement of science and technology has been made through purposeful research that addresses real problems. I don't have to emphasize the urgent call for establishing center of excellence dedicated to research, innovation, and development of AI to resolve local issues. In conclusion, the advancement of AI and to greater extent, the adoption of AI education requires scholars and students to recognize the opportunities, challenges, and complexity present. Consider the following: transparency in higher development, continuous improvement, ethical consideration. And before I go, kindly allow me to have this. One of the speakers today was actually mentioning the challenges facing these emerging technologies. I know that power is a national issue, correct? But he made mention of the connectivity, and this is where I want to quickly mention Galaxy Starphone Limited is not PLC, as already mentioned, and we are doing a lot in the country about the deployment of a fiber on undisturbed location. I think this is part of the effort that Galaxy Starphone is putting in place to support these emerging technologies and to also ensure that the rural areas have this opportunity. Thank you very much.
We have listened to the representative of the Managing Director of Galaxy Backbone Limited. Thank you so much for your presentation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you very sincerely for the devotion and the attention you have given to this and your participation. I know that the day is spent, this is one of the forums I have attended or anchored where people have kept their focus and attention for quite a long time. I think, in a way, if people come here to conduct study about attention span, we will be an outlier into such a study because we have been consistent in our focus and attention. I want to thank you so much, and so I'm calling on Professor M.B. Muazu to give vote of thanks. As soon as he's done with vote of thanks, please just move straight to have your lunch and then go and meet your family. Have a safe trip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the first vote of thanks I will do is to Dr. Ibieton. When we met a few days ago, we agreed that we'll start and we'll make sure that we end by 3:30. So we've decided, in the spirit of keeping to that promise, that we from the IOE National Center will step down our presentations, but we'll make all the presentations available to everybody who has registered. So on behalf of the IOE Nigerian National Center, the Rotating Presidency Unit 2024, and the UNESCO International Center for Higher Education Innovation, represented here by the Executive Deputy Director, Professor Yanshen Liang, and Roger and Chow. I want to most sincerely extend our appreciations to and thanks to all of you who have taken your time off to be here today with us till this time. And just to assure you that the discussions on developing a framework for AI in higher education in Nigeria, the discussion continues. And we need to put in input from the higher education sector into whatever strategies or policies are going to be developed by the regulators or by government itself. So I think that's very important that in whatever we're doing, those okay, so I think maybe after the vote of thanks, maybe everybody that is still around here will come up and we take a group photograph. So also want to most sincerely recognize the support and sponsorship of our major host, the Nigerian Communication Commission. We've been partners in this movement, and I think we'll continue to look upon their support as this discussion continues. We also want to recognize the support we got from Owando, from all the African Centers of Excellence in Ahmadu Bello University, from Soft Reliance, from Mid Network, and we also want to appreciate the support from the Nigerian Universities Commission. They've been very supportive of the UNESCO ICHE and the IOE in Nigeria, and the Nigerian Board for Technical Education, the Nigerian Commission for Colleges of Education, and Galaxy Backbone, NIDA, and their parent ministries, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy. And finally, to everybody here and to every member of the Nigerian National Center of the IOE, I want to thank you for all the efforts you put over these past few months to ensure that this takes place. Unfortunately, there've also been several other events that have been scheduled for today, but want to really appreciate everybody for taking your time to be here. And like I said, the discussion continues. Thank you very much, and God bless you all, and wish you safe trips back to your respective destinations. Thank you very much. So I think we can all come up for a group photograph.
Is that my solution? Okay. Yes, yeah, please do that to help this point. I can myself can be down. Some people can go down. Yes. No, let us. That's what I thought. Why is that? Ha ha ha. Bastadia. Very short. Nobody.
But you want to come down?
I am Sangu.
Nobody will see. Yeah.
They will see it. They will come
Ciao,
down.
go down. Ciao, go down.
Okay, fine.
Bring the lights on the left. I think.
No, no, no.
Yeah, that's what.
Where's the air sample?
The most rated ice map here. This is one. Look. Come on.
If you want block anyone. How many people will come on?
Nice. Yeah, I would have won.
Thank you.
We have enough.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Know how to do that.
They're coming into.
Okay.
Okay, so we can expect you to come.
Because that looks very interesting. No. Your smartphone? It's not like this.